publiccomments@gov.com, and staff will address your questions, or you may email your district commissioner. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted to the clerk on the far left of the dais. You are to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Before addressing the board, please state your name and address. Now, I would like to open the first public comment period at today's meeting. Anyone? No one brave enough this morning. Very good. All right, I will close public comment, and we are going to start our meeting. I just wanted to say I want to personally thank everyone here for all the hard work you've already put into all this. I know I've heard hours and hours, and constitutionals, everyone here, all of our staff and employees here, and I think I can speak for all of us that we appreciate all of your hard work, and we are going to get this done, and this is what we are elected for, and whether it's fun or not, we're going to get it done. But I just wanted to start the meeting off by saying that, and I know we will make some decisions here today to make everything good. And Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Really great day today. It's nice and sunny out. Lots of hard work has been done, and I echo those sentiments. Thank you all. It is definitely a team effort and team clay across the board for this upcoming fiscal year's budget. We've scheduled 4 hours for this meeting. We've practiced this meeting on all these POCOs with each department head. Coming up and talking to us, and we working with them. And when we did review it the last time, it took us about 1 hour and 45 minutes on the POCO slides. So just to give you an idea, and that's why we added another 2 hours to it. There'll be a slight break at 11 o'clock where we can be excused. People can get a snack. All of us can go over to the conference room and grab a snack, and then we'll come back over, and if it pleases the board, we'll maybe just have food here and we'll just keep working. Take maybe a 15-minute break in order to do that, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair. And then without further ado, and again, echoing those sentiments, the two that are up here right now, lots of heavy work it has been done, and Troy, MJ, I can't thank you guys enough. So over to you, MJ.
Good morning, MJ Rood, Office of Management and Budget, and we're here to have our budget workshop. So first of all, we're going to go into what our budget basis is and where we've come up to today in the budget gap, and then we'll hear from our departments. So for our budget basis, we updated our revenues, so the 5.26 annual growth. That's updated and reflected here from the 4% original after we got the certification from property appraiser Tracy Drake. Our other revenues are coming in at 0 to 2%. We've received our constitutional office reversion submissions. This budget basis does include the implementation of stormwater. And it is to note, grant revenue has not been included in this budget review.
There's a question.
Well, do you want us to ask questions as we go, or is there going to be a time for questions, or?
There will be a time for questions, but what pleases the board?
Okay, because there
I'd
may
rather
be,
go ahead and stop so we can.
yeah, there may be questions as we go here.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. For our expenses, we are factoring in our personnel at 3%. We do have an estimation of what each percentage would be in reference to the general fund if we lowered that down to each percent, and that is in your service level adjustment worksheet at the end.
Madam Chair, I've got a comment, and that's, first of all, it's based on Consumer Price Index, and there's numerous of those. The one that's commonly used is TAC-W. I think it's wages, or I forget what the W stand for, or TAC-U. And right now, the CPI for TAC-W is 3.5%. CPI TAC-U is 3.2%. On the flip side, the governor's budget allocated 0% for the state employees. And I would say the 3.5% is high, predicated on oil costs over the last 2-3 months. It was about 2.5 or so coming into this Iranian conflict. So just a comment.
Healthcare is factored in at our 10%. All the constitutional budgets have been entered, and this does include reductions that were submitted to the board. Also, we'll see on a page later what those reductions look like from the original submission and the union contract. Transfers from the general fund, so any gap in a fund will have to be supplemented from the general fund by way of transfer. One budget update, two budget updates. We have implemented a fire EMS fund. So this takes the fire EMS, the 75% that was allocated in the general fund, fire administration, and our ambulance billing, and it takes it into its own fund to clearly show where ad valorem is going to. It's going to show how those funds are allocated for both revenue and expense. It also takes your ambulance billing revenue into that fund to clearly go back to the services that were provided for that built that revenue. General fund reserves are going to stay at the 16.7%, and then fund reserves are budgeted for other funds at 5%, and then for public safety as a whole, which is sheriff's office and fire, is at 2.5% in their funds. Okay.
Sure, I got a question. Can you go back to that slide? Thank you. So healthcare factored at 10%, that's the county covering the increase, correct? So there'd be no increase to employees?
I would say we're not at that point yet. I mean, we're still working on insurance rates. We've met with our broker. So I would not say there's not going to be any increase to employees. I think that's still to be determined, but what we've factored in at this point is 10% increase on the county's cost.
Right.
I will tell you that insurance rates are going up more than 10% across most industries.
Yeah. And the reason I bring that up is, you know, Commissioner Reninger's comment about the 3%. I'm struggling with just, it's a rubber stamp 3% annually. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think there's gotta be performance measures. There's gotta be, you know, and Commissioner Reninger, you said this in the previous, I think it was the previous budget meeting, you know, everyone just gets a 3% raise. I don't necessarily, I don't know if that's still your stance, but, we're gonna, maybe towards the end, we'll kind of dive into that. But because one thing I don't want to have happen is I don't want to lower that number, but then the insurance goes up so much that people are making less money, right? I don't want to do that. But I think we also need to use a fine-tooth comb and sharpen the pencil to make sure that if someone's getting an increase, there's a substantial reason, not just because we just throw 3% across the top. So I want to talk about that.
I have a question on health. Is this for active duty and retirees? Or active employees and retirees?
Yes, sir.
We've included all those costs?
Yes, sir. And
Okay.
so, again, as we get through the slide deck, both in your documents that we gave you for potential considerations, there's considerations about health insurance in there. So I do think that'll be a discussion at some point today that we can, along with the 3%, are both items that we've put on our list to have healthy discussions about today.
There's quite a few items I want to bring up on healthcare, but I think we have time later on. It'll be more pertinent, so.
Perfect.
Okay, the next slide that we have is a more informational slide regarding our budget update of the new fund. So we wanted to make sure the information was clearly out there of what the purpose of the change was, why the change was made, the impact, and the fund balance for reserves. The next item is really the BOCC reductions and alignment to the budget. So when we came in June with that budget gap, here's some of the things that we've done today that have brought that gap down. So there's been an elimination of 28 FTEs across all departments. This came into a savings of about $2.4 million. There were other reductions such as operational projects. We factored that in at about $1.5 million. And then there were other operational items such as uniforms, software, technology, travel, and training that in the conversations we were able to go ahead and reduce those. There were other various cost reductions that are factored into this, but each line item is definitely hard to capture when, you know, we're going from all ranges of dollars, but we did want to mention there are various other cost center reductions that the departments had. So on the next slide, we have our constitutional offices, and so this shows how across Clay County we came together, and the constitutional officers came in with both budget reductions and the reversions to their budgets. So that also went into reducing this budget gap to where we are today. If there's any questions on that, or if any constitutional officer that's here would like to make comments on that, we do have the time to do that now.
Thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to mention that we do have the construction going on out at the Keystone office and several other projects we're wrapping up. I do have an additional probably $100,000 in my budget, but I was a little anxious to tell you ahead of time simply because of what has happened to me with other construction projects. So I will be reverting more back, but I'm not ready to give you a hard number yet. Thank you.
I just have a comment, and that is, I was real happy to see that it's a collaborative effort. You know, it's a shared pain that the Constitution stepped up to the plate and helped us out with our gap between resource and requirements. And I was real happy to see that all the Constitution stepped up to the plate. So thank you all.
And also provided in your folders from this morning, the sheriff's office did provide a handout regarding their portion.
I have a question for the
Yes, ma'am.
sheriff's
For the-
office. So I know, so we have 2 boats on the water right now, correct? And is this one, so now they'll be down to 1 because 1 Marine deputy is being removed in this?
Yeah, currently we have, I believe it's 2 boats, but the additional Marine deputy was to make that so that we could have 2 officers on a boat. We can still run the
Oh,
boat.
per boat, okay.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Oh, no, you gotta come to the microphone, yeah.
Yep.
One more time.
Okay, we're back on. To clarify a little bit, I was actually in that unit when that position was asked for and was needed. The sheriff's office was lucky enough to be granted a grant for a larger vessel for the river and to assist when the bridges are done for 23 and stuff. That vessel, to operate safely, would be, 2 people would be required to run that vessel. It's a larger vessel. There's a lot going on, so we budgeted for that additional Marine officer with the potential, well, we are getting the boat, but it's just not here yet. So that's why we asked for that additional. Currently, the sheriff's office runs 2 boats. So when one person is off, the other boat is running as well with the person. So we have coverage 7 days a week. So currently we have 2.
So what will happen now with that larger boat not being able to have 2?
It's something we will have to obviously either get volunteers, maybe a reserve. We'll have to obviously do something because once again, it is a larger vessel. It's a lot more to operate. And to safely do so, we would have to put 2 people on that boat.
Go ahead.
You don't have the boat now.
We do not. The boat is
When
being built.
When are you getting the boat?
Well, just like everything else, what's been promised and what they're delivering on is 2 different things. Do we have an update, Dave, on when that is? We're May of next year,
May
sir.
of
All right, so we have another year, really.
Yeah, we were originally told, obviously, it would be a lot sooner, but as everything in construction and building goes on, and this is being built in the northwest of the country, so
Okay,
How,
well, that helps ease a
how
little bit.
big is this vessel?
it's pretty big. I believe it's
40?
30?
30-foot? 30-foot.
All right, thank you.
Very good, thank you.
You know, big is relative with me.
You have anything, you have anything else you want to add, Larry?
I can answer any other questions or go
Anyone
through
else
whatever
for
you'd
the
like.
sheriff's office? No? Yeah, thank you all for
Thanks.
everything. Thank you so much. I actually do, Diane, sorry, can I ask you to come back up? I had one question for you. All right, and Troy, I need your help with this. So could we talk about the new fee that we are getting from, go ahead and Troy, tell me the wording.
So what she's referring to is the change in law about the school board
Mm-hmm.
assessment and whether that will be a fee that the county ends up paying or, you know,
Right.
the discretion of your office.
Right. With that property tax reduction in terms of what we'll be receiving next year, if I didn't get that 400,000, I'm short $1 million. So it would end up that there would be no reversion anyway. The stance of the tax collectors for the state of Florida is that statutes grant us that money, and what we don't need, we give back already. And the pressure is on that not one tax collector is going to agree to change that,
To waive. Okay,
because you're going to get the money anyway, is how we look at it.
gotcha.
And it isn't following the statutes, and it puts us in a position that we were never meant to be in, to have to come and ask for money when we have money that's been provided through the statutes. Probably not what you wanted to hear, but
Okay, so it's kind of a reserve for you, just in case?
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It would be the only reserve. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Close that up. All right.
All right, so on our next slide, and this was an addition to that I gave you this morning. And so this is an allocation of the ad valorem tax dollars that will be in this budget. So, yep, so what we show is receiving ad valorem in the amount of 181 million and some change there. And so I've broken it down to what each box, where it will go in our budget. So right off the top, we've talked about before the statutory 5% holdback. So that 9 million comes right off the top. The rest of the portion will go to the law enforcement MSTU as normal and the sheriff county-wide fund. It will then go to the fire control MSTU and the new fire EMS county-wide fund. We have our unincorporated services MSTU, the conservation land program, and our challenger MSTU. And so what this does is when you break it all down, there are 0 ad valorem dollars going into the general fund covering for county government services.
MJ, I have a question for
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
On the Challenger MSTU, do you have any idea where that fund sits today?
Go ahead.
As far as.
Like, I want to know what's in there, because we're coming to the point we're going to have to pay the money back because the jobs aren't there. And so I wanted to know if that fund is
There's not
able to fund itself.
there isn't, so two different pieces of that question, if I answer both. So the fund's able to fund itself right now because we paid back the capital fund for what was owed to the capital. There is not enough money in that fund at this time to pay back the $2+ million if the state says you have to pay back that grant. So we're working with the clerk's office to make sure we reconcile that. The other side of that is you're gonna start having maintenance. Eric Pope, I'm sure, Eric's here, you know, as maintenance starts coming up on those roads, we're responsible for the maintenance out of that MSTU. So there is a balance there of making sure we pay for whatever expenses the county has. But to answer the direct question, there's not enough money in that at this point in time.
So if we had to pay the grant back, does the state take payments?
I would hope so. Or-
And secondly, I mean, do they recognize that the money should come from that? Like, we shouldn't have to take out of reserves, right?
Exactly.
So, and then secondly, do you know how much time is left?
Therese, do you know how much?
I would say we're probably 4 years.
We've got about.
Time would be my guess.
So we-
Maybe 5, so 5 to 6 years.
So if you went the full 5 years into the current collection rate of, you know, 700,000-ish a year, you would have enough to pay it back. But we're working really close with the clerk. That's one of the things that we had on our radar for after October, to sit with the clerk's office and really lay out a spend plan for that, to make sure that we're all in agreement of how that's gonna function going forward, and that we do have the protection of the money in case we need to pay it back.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So going on to our next slide, so based on all of the collaboration and work from the departments and across our constitutional officers, our budget gap today is at 8 million. And so with this baseline and with this number, we'll go into our departmental presentations, and they're gonna lay out a few different items for you in each of their presentations. And they'll go over what their department function is. They're gonna be going over their own POCO, from 24, 25, 25, 26 this year, adopted and amended, and then you'll also see what's proposed for this next fiscal year. You'll see what their core services are. All of the contracts that they have are listed with a dollar amount, and then any other projects or services that are over 25,000. Many of the departments will also lay out to you any other service level adjustments that they've seen in their department that could be an adjustment, but not necessarily at a staff decision level. It would be that's why we're meeting today. Here's places we feel we can still cut at your discretion and your direction to continue to work down this $8 million gap. So if there's any questions from here, happy to answer. Otherwise, we'll move into our department presentations. Troy?
And I would say that, from a flow standpoint, it may be best, ask the questions, everything, but then at the very end, as a group, because, there are some staff recommendations that we provided you. So maybe at the end is when you talk about truly how to get to the 8 million, but I leave that to the chair.
All right. And so we will hand it over to our Fire Chief, Chief Mock. He's going to brief us on fire.
Good morning, Lauren Mock, Fire Chief. First, I'm going to say that I'm appreciative that we're going to be moving to that combined fund, because if you go to your personal budgets and you imagine that you had to run two checking accounts, one that had 75% of any purchase you were going to make and another that had 25%, and you had to do that, that was the experience, at least for my last 16 years here, where we ran those two funds at a 75-25% split, and every time we went to make a purchase in fire rescue, we had to do those calculations. So moving forward, I really commend the budget department with combining that. It was always a need to do it based on the revenue received between the fire MSTU and the EMS, which used the general revenue ad valorem, and it was the right way to do it from a revenue side, but it made it pretty substantially difficult on the procurement side, and we've labored under that a little bit. The budget you have before you, and I'm going to address, is prepared in accordance with your direction from the 24 to 28 strategic plan as we stand in place. And your direction as part of that was to reduce risks that would cause loss of life and property by improving fire rescue services. You had 5-year targets in that. The 5-year target substantially was to decrease the response time and emergency calls by 15%. That's a pretty significant one, because we hover at about a 7-minute response time currently countywide. The goal would take us to a 6-minute response time. We serve currently out of 12 fire station locations, a 13th if you include our partnership with the town of Orange Park, where we do house a rescue unit. And to be able to do that and reduce that response time means that we have to improve our placement and timing of where we are countywide. 12 fire stations, 640 square miles, 13 if you include Orange Park, is a pretty substantial risk to take, and to be able to reduce that is significant. However, this budget does some things that were different based on this direction. Your direction was to build 5 fire stations. We currently have Station 20 in place and in operation. Under construction is a new location, Station 1. Station 22 is being relocated onto 220 and Arena Road. Those are almost complete, and you will see that completion take place under this budget. Station 24 is under construction as we speak. That's the Virginia Village station that we're replacing on site. So we're pretty close to that goal already. Station 15 is under design and construction as we stand here today. I saw pictures last week that they are beginning to make the site preparation location just off Sand Ridge Road, which will remove us from that Lake Asbury location that we are all familiar with, has had some substantial construction and facility issues over the course of the last year. And we are also preparing a new service location for Penny Farms area. Station 1 and Station 16 coming into play there will help us in that rapidly growing area around both Middleburg and Lake Asbury to increase our presence and therefore reduce service times to it. So we're continuing to do that. We're also continuing to provide the apparatus and equipment replacement. The one thing that we may stray on under this budget is that it has direction to support the public safety staffing plan. The goal, which was pretty substantial, was to get to a 1.5 firefighters per 1,000. We are currently at about 309 operational firefighters in the field. That would take us close to 360. We're not going to make it under this budget. This budget continues essentially the same personnel strength that we had year over year, and I'll address it specifically later. But one of the reductions that we made as we saw the problems come in with the revenue generation for this fiscal year was to defer the addition of 12 firefighters that we were going to put into this year's budget to keep us kind of moving incrementally along that plan place. That reduction, along with a few others we made, has already reduced what would have been a proposal in here of about $2 million down to where you see it today. So we made those in place prior to coming into play for the budget. We will continue, though, to operate out of the 12 existing stations that we have, the 13th, which is Orange Park, but add those 2 new station locations. So this budget will prepare us to have 13 engines in service, 3 ladders, 14 rescue units, and then 7 engines and 5 tenders. That is a new addition of 4 tenders and 5 pumpers that are part of an ISO initiative. One of your bold goals in that strategic plan is to achieve a Class 3 ISO rating. And we've taken that a step further to say we want to get a Class 3 ISO rating on a countywide basis, which would provide to what we think will be 26,000 residences in the county water service coverage as if they were within 1,000 feet of a fire hydrant like the rest of the county is. That could be an exceedingly substantial improvement and decrease for homeowners insurance on a countywide basis for those properties. So we are poised on the cusp of that. We placed those units in service about 4 months ago, and we're continuing on that plan and hopeful, fingers crossed, that ISO is going to award us that Class 3 protection, which will allow those homeowners to see that future savings, which would incur as part of this budget year.
Excuse me,
So,
Chief. So
yeah,
when,
yes,
when
ma'am.
does that happen and how long is that process?
Well, we began the process with ISO literally about January of this year, sending the first data to them. They were here in April. We are continuing to exchange data, and we're waiting on, fingers crossed, hopeful news from them, that both we will reduce from a Class 4 to a Class 3, which would include the coverage I talked about, but also potentially provide savings to commercial properties across the county if we do that, but we're stuck waiting on them.
So do they look at the stations that are being built also in that?
Luckily, the new stations aren't even included in that at this point. We believe we have a second bite of the apple opportunity to even go further on that.
Definitely in my area, for
Yes,
sure. Yeah.
absolutely. That would help us down the road for that. But the key would be to get that fire protection rural water supply credit countywide.
Awesome, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. So we're continuing along all those paths. Hopefully that kind of sets a table. That was what was supposed to be the brief elevator speech before I went into this. But let's take a look at specifics on the budget. You see the personnel cost for the combined now operational part of it. This is where the rubber hits the road, where we put firefighters in stations and they respond. it shows about a 12% increase overall for personnel costs. A little less than 8% of that is included with the contractual obligations that we have with our union contract. That includes both the annual raise that's part of it, along with service raises that would come into it. The actual higher part of that personnel cost goes into overtime, FICA, the retirement costs have changed, and then healthcare costs, as we've talked about. So the overall increase is actually higher than what we would provide to the personnel. It kind of makes sense if you think about it from a service delivery standpoint. Our operating costs for the budget have reduced slightly year over year. I'm taking that with a little bit of grain of salt and holding my breath. She's laughing as I look at her because we're going to be opening 2 new service locations. So that's going to be a challenge, but we're accepting that as part of this as we move forward in the budget. And then the capital costs have reduced substantially, but the capital costs peaked last year, year over year, partially because we were doing some facility improvements that, as we talked about with construction, didn't occur within the year where it was budgeted. Money was carried forward. We completed over the course of this year. And we also had some apparatus procurements that were separate and apart from our capital replacement program that were included in here to assist us with that ISO plan that we just talked about. So you'll see a reduction year over year. It's still slightly higher than 24, 25, but that's why that looks like a little bit of a peak and a line going out. So that basically addresses the fire control front page of the program. If you go to the next page, I'm sorry.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair. Pay raises, what was a negotiated pay raise for
6%
firefighters?
coming for, next 6% will be in the next year.
6%?
Yes, but that doesn't include service raises for year over year raises that are incurred. Yep.
6%.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I got a question.
Yeah. I'll slow down, sorry.
No, you're good. The 12 locations, that includes 20 now in service?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 moved down. Now, you'll see units that are in our old Station 20. That's our Fire Station 24 people that we had to house someplace while we build them their new location.
When the bond is totally done, what's the total number? 17, 16?
Well, we hope to get to at least 6. We're preparing for at least 6. We could maybe extend that, but capital has been really good at moving this forward. We will certainly get the 5.
So 17 total.
But I think clarification, they're not all new stations. I think
They are
he's
not all
asking
new
total
stations. They are replacement locations.
Right.
Right now, there are only 2 new locations that would go online. Station 1 on Old Jennings. Station 16, ironically, is a rebirth of a former volunteer station that was located there. But we're kind of excited to get that into that Penny Farms area before we see the massive construction that appears to be taking place.
So it'd be 14, like when it's done.
Yes,
when
14 is, yes.
The whole plan's done.
Right now.
14. Yeah.
We're hopeful we can get an additional new one, which is the 21 site that we have looked at just off Fuzzy Lane there. But that's going to be a really, really bold goal.
But
And
they're larger to me, which means larger capacity
Yes.
also, so.
Yeah, the one thing that we have done over the last few years, and if you go down and take a look at it, in the last 5 years, we've added 4 rescue units, 2 ladders, 4 tenders, 5 pumpers, a safety car, and a community paramedicine car. We didn't even talk about community paramedicine yet. And we've stuck those into those 12 station locations, and we are jam-packed as we can possibly be at the moment. We need those new station locations to be able to expand out. But to reduce the service time, the response time that I talked about in the strategic plan goal, that's the only way we could do it in the short term.
I have one quick review, number of rescue units we currently have and how many we're going to have when we're.
Well, when we're done with it, we're going to hold it about the same. We're at 14 now, we'll be at 14. We didn't have the ability to add the personnel necessary to put in new rescue units yet. That clearly, had we gone to the 12 firefighters, we really have a hole of about 24 that we needed. I didn't want to ask for 24 in this budget. I figured 12 was where we started, but once we saw where revenues came in, we even backed off that.
Thank you.
Yep. The contracts you take a look at, Stryker, that's your life packs and your litter maintenance program. The life extension clinic, that's our contractually mandated physicals, drug screenings, those type of thing. The medical director, obviously, we need to operate the EMS program. Command counseling is our mental health service program that has been exceedingly fortunate to have on board because, or we've been exceedingly fortunate to have them on board because of what they've done to reduce those type of exposures that we have to both PTSD and all the other suicide things that are talked about in the fire service today. Image Trend Elite is our reporting system, which we need to report to the feds, both on the fire rescue side and to the state on the EMS side. Superion is the CAD maintenance. That's our basically how we dispatch and maintaining that. Lexipol is our policies and procedures, tablet command, incident command program that we work to ensure our field safety. Firewatch is our fire statistics. Boundtree Medical is your operative IQ and your asset management program so that we efficiently distribute what we have in supply. The Butterfly is our ultrasound devices, general devices. The eBridge is our telemedicine program that we operate. If you go over, FDAX is actually a statutory mandate. That's where we pay the Forestry Service, which you are obligated to do statutorily back to the Department of Agriculture and the Florida Forest Service. Sapience is the DEA compliance program for our narcotics. Pulse Point is obviously our AED registry, and then it tracks to ensure that we have CPR response from our citizens. Motorola is our radio system. Urgent Lab is our drug alcohol testing program, especially after hours and vehicle accidents. Fire Protection Publications, that goes to our training system. Tango Tango is our ability to use radio over cell service. ClayMed is our return to duty physicals. Knox Cloud license, that's our narcotics safes where we carry the equipment on it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, through the chair. How prevalent is command counseling in the fire rescue industry?
I think you are one of the leaders across the state, and we have seen that in applying this and having that for our members.
I just want to point out that that's a benefit
Oh,
to our,
absolutely.
that
Yeah, not
been
done,
prevalent in the
not done
industry.
everywhere. It's becoming more prevalent, and it has become more prevalent, especially since the state mandated that PTSD is now considered a workers' comp claim case. So by working this ahead of it, I think it actually saves you money on the back end. But that's a very difficult model to prove.
Second question I have is, these are all contracts, external services. How many apply to Orange Park Fire Rescue?
You know, I don't know what they do with that. Once we separated the EMS side from them, I'm unfamiliar. Before we were providing those services to them. Once they went out on their own, they're doing it on their own, and I would assume they have to do much the same that we are doing here.
So like command counseling, they're not in our program?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
So Chief, I have two questions.
Sure.
One, I'm curious about Lexipol.
Sure.
The policy and procedure manuals, training bulletins, SOP software.
Mhm.
I wouldn't imagine that things change that often in your field, like how you fight a fire is,
Yeah.
you know, how you fight a fire. And,
Yeah.
and I'm not trying to minimize at all. I'm grateful for everything that all public safety does for our county, so please don't take it that way. But that's $37,000. How much do y'all use that? How much could be just used in-house? Like today with AI, let's be real, Google.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't know that I see I
think-
see the days of these kinds of things going away.
I believe with AI, it'll change substantially. I don't know that we're there yet. The real benefit that we have from those type of programs is they ensure that we meet mandated both statutory to the state, to federal rules and laws, and we comply with that on a larger basis. So it's really a compliance thing that has an indemnification insurance for us at the moment.
Yeah,
But
I get that, but
yeah.
compliance is my world, and I
Yeah.
do it myself. Like I'm paid to do compliance for other companies and stuff like that. I just don't know. I don't know. I would ask how much, that y'all look at how much
Sure.
you're using it based on, are we really getting $37,000 worth of value
It's
from
a
it?
substantial cost. I agree. I think that's fair to point out. I think in the future, I believe that the AI track will be where a lot of this goes that allow it to do it. I think it'll place a lot of companies similar to that out of business in the long run.
Then my second question is, you have 3 different companies that we're contracted with for physicals, drug screening, and, alcohol testing and that
Right.
kind of thing. Why do we have three different contracts? Is it because they come up at different times? Are we required to do?
We actually bid it just recently, and the bids came back, and trying to get the best cost for each level of service is how we arrived at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as Lexapro, would you want a breakdown of that maybe?
I just think, I mean, that's something that with the county manager, I think,
The poll.
Lexapol.
Sorry, I didn't have
Yes.
glasses on.
it's okay.
We'll, Madam Chair, we'll take a look
Yeah.
at it. Yep.
Okay.
And if
Absolutely.
I may, I have a graphic. I asked Teresa to go make a quick photocopy, Commissioner, based upon your question. It's all the fire station projects graphically, and it helps you understand where they are in the numbers. So I'm just gonna pass this down.
And it is on the
There's-
website.
Yeah, yeah. There, so there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have that? I think we're ready to go to the next slide. These are the major project costs. Obviously, we have the recurring bunker gear. That's our personal protective gear that we have to replace on a periodic basis with it. And you've been very generous in extending the two sets of the turnout gear to ensure that we're also on the cutting edge of the cancer reduction of exposure to our members. So that's part of that. Radio.
Sorry, how are we doing with that? Is that?
We are getting very close to having those two sets out to everybody. The larger portion is that the vendors are struggling a little bit to help meet that, but we are just on the cusp of making sure everybody's got two sets.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
What is 700,000 buy us? How many sets?
They're running about 7,000 a set right now, so you can do the math. Yeah. Yeah. Equipping a firefighter between that and helmets and things is running anywhere between 7,000 and 10,000 per person to get the personal protective equipment, along with their uniforms, their helmets, their forestry gear, and all those things in place.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question, Madam
Sure.
Chair. So Chief, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm not necessarily expecting an answer today. I did not ask you ahead of time, but this popped in my head. So I know that from talking to you in past years, that the shirts like you have on, that everybody wears on duty, are expensive. And the T-shirts that have Clay County Fire Rescue and all that are a lot less expensive. And I guess my question is, I know we made a change a number of years back where we now require on duty to wear the uniform that you're wearing. And I'm wondering, is there, I guess if they're coming into my home, I don't really necessarily, I want them to just have something that says they're Clay County Fire Rescue, obviously, so I know that they're the person. But I guess I just would challenge if we could do something that still represents the department professionally, doesn't denigrate the profession at all. I don't want to do that, but is there a way that we could be more cost effective in the uniforms we provide? I still want them to have those uniforms to wear at certain times, but, you know, especially going out to calls in the summer when it's hot and that, you know, or they maybe get really, for a car accident, you know, they might get really sweaty and messy. I just wonder, could we make a change there?
Well, I think we have done that already.
Okay.
The big change in uniforms was to get rid of the PFAS that was in the uniforms, which was a bit of a struggle. So we now have what we would consider the blue version of these, are Class C uniforms. We also have polo shirts that we have issued that are variants of that. So you'll see they have a choice of the button-up and the polo shirt. The T-shirts are out there. They're considered Class D. And depending on the heat level for the day, there are provisions in the policy for them to go to that. So on days that we have, as we've experienced recently, you'll see them in T-shirts or polos. as opposed to going to the button-ups. So they have a variation between really those three types of uniforms to wear depending on the circumstances and what they need to do.
I guess I was just wondering, could we move more toward the less expensive?
Well, we have by providing those options and reducing some of those other choices, we don't have to issue as many of the button-ups as we've had in the past, and that allows the polo and the t-shirt variant to be used more frequently.
Okay.
So that does have a reduction.
But if they can wear the t-shirt on a hot day,
Yes,
wear the t-shirt on a non-hot day.
depends on what they're going to be doing in the activity. So if they're out there working and cleaning the apparatus, they can use the t-shirt. If they're going to calls, we ask them to go to a button-up over the top or the polo. And then depends on the weather conditions too.
Is that contractual?
No, that's policy.
So I guess I'm just asking, can we revisit the policy and given the economic times that we're in?
Okay, well, we'll take a look at what the costs are, what we've issued. A lot of them at the current time are sunk costs because we made that big conversion. So we're sort of in there, now we're on the maintenance program. And when you look down on the line for uniforms, you'll see that is part of that ongoing cost.
It's just $500,000, so
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah,
small.
I don't know, based on current costs, we're gonna get too much away from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
While we're on the subject, I have a question. Are uniform replacement on schedule or on utility?
Some of it is based on schedule, so they're gonna take a look at that. In fact, today we're sending units over to the EOC, and we'll do periodic inspections to ensure that they're meeting what we need, and if they aren't, we have vendors there that can measure, size up, and make the changes. So it depends, is the answer.
Okay.
Moving now, because we did public safety uniforms, we have the vehicles for special response that are ongoing replacements, and that is our marine units, our hazmat, our technical rescue, self-contained breathing apparatus, that's a recurring one also. We are looking at modifications to Fire Station 13. We've put a lot of people in there, so we're having to do some renovations of that existing facility. Brush conversions, that's one that we have saved an awful lot of money long-term on. We are taking rescue units as they are rotated out of service. We literally take the box off of it and then utilizing both some service people in-house and purchasing equipment, reconstruct and rebuild brush units on those platforms so we can continue the service life with it. And that's an ongoing program. Training and equipment, that's recurring expenses back to the training program. We have self-contained breathing compressors. That's getting new compressors into the new station locations. Hazmat equipment replacements and urban search and rescue, the technical rescue team, that's replacing that equipment, not the apparatus, the equipment that's in there, ropes and meters and those kind of things. MDT, the mobile data terminals, that's keeping the replacements up. And then educational assistance, that is contractual. That's tuition reimbursement and times where they're sent to training programs, as well as this year we'll have EMS recertification taking place. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair. We recently implemented whole blood transport.
Correct.
What modification did we have to make, or do we have to make to the EMS type?
Well, we did it using our community paramedicine unit that's staffed 24/7. We had to place special equipment onto that unit, and that individual is charged with responding to incidents when we think we have a trauma that it would work, and he either meets the rescue unit or gets to the scene and then delivers the whole blood and assists in the
So
transfusions.
not all rescue units have
Not
this
all
cap-
rescue units
Oh,
have,
okay, I thought
no.
all rescue.
No,
Is it frozen blood that has to be warmed up?
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have to have both equipment that will be able to maintain it and then thaw it and deliver it to the patient.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that complete the major projects. We had service level adjustments, which I didn't show, which was blank on there, but I addressed previously as we went through with it. Okay, admin and comm. As you can see, this represents essentially where we support the field units. It's both the senior staff as well as our logistics location, our fire communications location, and then the community paramedicine folks. So that's what makes up this budget. I would point out that the community paramedicine folks are actually funded by grant. So there's grant offset to those costs for those individual members. It basically is flat almost year over year. Operating has reduced slightly if you take a look at it, and we're not forecasting any capital at this time with it. If you look back to that flat cost, we're at about 31 positions in there. It's 31 and a half with a part-timer that's in training. They support the uniform personnel, which are 7 in that system. There are 14 dispatchers and 10 civilians that are part of staff that make up that model, along with our community paramedicine folks. Any question? Yep. The Florida cleaning and removal is the deceased transport piece. That's one of those that's had to be stuck somewhere, and we have had it in our budget for that, so it's part of that. Image Trend, again, is our patient reporting or our reporting system. Big Score Investors is our community paramedicine suite lease. That's where we are located off College Drive, where the community paramedicine program operates out of, and that's the rental cost for that, and they have a storage unit over there at the moment.
Madam Chair, we were looking at vacating that facility on College.
We are, if we can.
And moving to where?
Well, one of the opportunities would be that Fire Station 22 on Pine Avenue is getting vacated. It would provide us with an opportunity to do that.
And the timeline to vacate is uncertain at this time?
Well, you have a current lease, so
Yeah.
you can't get out of the lease until the lease expires, and I think that lease has 2 more years on
I
it
believe it.
for that specific one, so that's more of a long-term plan.
We're attempting to terminate or?
You gotta remember, we got 2 leases on College Drive. We've got the lease for the grants and VSO office, which expires sooner than the other lease expires. So that one we'll let go. I know Kayla's been in conversations with them, but you have a signed lease, and in speaking to legal, I don't think there's a provision to get out of that lease.
Okay, I wasn't aware of 2 leases. I thought it was all 1 lease.
One's for paramedicine and one's for grants and VSOs.
All right.
Before we leave the admin comm, I do want to extol the virtues of what community paramedicine has been able to do, and I think everybody understands that. You have a goal in there in the strategic plan to increase the distribution of Narcan across the county, but it is broader than that. While we use that as the basis for how we're funding it, they are really charged with helping us to reduce what we consider vulnerable responses. You may be surprised at this, but probably the greatest cause of injury in Clay County at the moment is gravity. We have people that seem to fall a lot. Maybe they slip out of their chairs. Goodness knows what or how. They are usually infirmed somehow. And the community paramedicine program works with those vulnerables because many of those people are repeat callers. They will call maybe multiple times in a week, sometimes multiple times in a day. And God bless those community paramedicine responders. They go out there and work with both the individual and the family members to attempt to get them in a better situation long term. And I listened to Mayor Deegan's speech the other day as she was talking about her budget, and she talked about the need to get out and improve health in the community because health care deferred ensures that we are responding to that at least once, twice, or 3 times. Your community paramedicine is integral in ensuring that we can help to reduce that. They are truly the fire prevention arm of healthcare.
I have a question concerning this later on in the brief. I don't know where I put it, but when you talk about gravity and falls, and we respond quite a bit to assisted living facilities with falls.
We do, sure.
But we don't charge them.
We do not charge at that point. That's certainly something that we have talked about and looked at. There are things I think we would need to vet both legally and then through the system of the state that allows us what we can and cannot charge for. But that is certainly an option to bring back to you.
That's
Yeah.
one of the
Yeah.
talking points I have later in the
I-
brief
I
here,
think-
somewhere, I don't know
Yeah.
where it
I
is.
think it's a valid point. Others are doing it. The question is, how do we do it and how do we do it well?
I did too. I had that written down too. I know Charlotte County does it.
Yeah.
And, I definitely think we need to do it, and I think that legislatively, our delegation is ready to work with us on that. I actually have some language, drafted that I've started talking to Senator Bradley about to make that statewide, because that's an issue.
Right.
It's one of those unfunded mandates, right?
Well, it's a challenge because as populations age, and Clay County does have a substantial elderly population, there have to be locations that can assist, and we're all familiar with it in our personal lives, I think, where we've had family members or other go into care facilities. You hope that that care facility is both staffed and equipped to address those issues. Not all of them are, and sometimes when they can't, that comes into need for us. But we also are the appropriate response entity for when there is a medical emergency in those facilities. So for us, we need to go there, evaluate the patient to see if there is something that requires transport to a higher level of care, or if we're just assisting in some way with the care for the patient in that location. And that's the dichotomy you have with that challenge.
Sure, but like they're choosing to not purchase Hoyer lifts,
Yeah.
and it is personal
Yeah,
for me. My
I
mother was
understand.
left laying on the floor
Yeah.
until rescue came. And so it is very personal to me, but she was left laying there, like no one tried to help because they called 911 and waiting for her to come. And ended up eventually killing her. So yes, I'm sorry I get emotional about that, but this really is more about, I will not name the person, but there is a firefighter in Clay County that said to me, Betsy, nursing homes in Clay County are not safe for residents who have fall issues. And that is, public safety is our responsibility in this county. And I think this is oh so important for our elderly. They are the most vulnerable. You know, if you can't go to an assisted living, a rehab, a nursing home, and you have to know which one is gonna be, you have to depend on your family member to know somebody, to know which one is okay to go to. And then if you have money, they're charging you $450 a day. If you don't have money, then you're not able to go to some of them. I think it is a more complex issue, but from a county standpoint, I think we have two responsibilities. One, the funding, that we are spending money to go in because they're choosing to not staff or they're choosing to not buy equipment. But then on the other hand, I think we have a responsibility to our residents to make sure that if they need assistance outside of their home, that there are safe places to go.
Yes, ma'am, and I'd commend you because it really is both a state and a local problem. For us, we respond to the incident and we can see some of the things. I don't think I'd make the statement that you attribute to one of our members because we do work with those locations. I know Chief Herrera has worked with, I bet, every facility in the county. But the other side of it is that we have seen a proliferation of those facilities coming in, and not all are the same, but all somehow increase demand for service that we have to address. I think Station 1 going in down the road to a number of those facilities is going to be a help in relieving some of that burden, but it's not going to decrease the burden.
Part of this discussion is CNA is a required certification to work in those facilities, and I think the training requires, fall assistance and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So
it does.
if the organization isn't providing that, then I'm gonna cry foul, why are we paying for that?
I think we've seen a substantial change post-COVID.
Yeah.
And that's where the I'm not going to call it explosive growth, but it's close to it, has been. But our data clearly shows it.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry to break in.
Yeah.
We're into an hour and we are on page 12 and we
I'm
have
sorry.
141 pages. So I know this is,
I can stop right now, ma'am.
it's not your fault. I'm just kind of letting everybody know I have another job I have to get to this afternoon, so I can't be here all day.
Okay.
So let's try. I don't know how to make it faster, but
Okay.
we're probably gonna have to do that, so.
I'm done with that one unless you have questions on that page. We're into fire inspection. This is fire prevention, obviously. Fire prevention is broken out separately for the 4 personnel that are in there. They obviously do our plans review and compliance. They ensure that we are meeting the inspection requirements that are out there. Your goal from the strategic plan is to inspect 100% of all high occupancy buildings. That's what their charge and goal is, and that's what we believe the funding will provide for. It has very few, if you go to the next page.
Is there a fee for that, the annual
Yeah,
inspection?
there are some fees that are applied with that, both on review and then the annuals. Yes, sir.
Building permit requires fire inspector, that's incorporated in the building fee, I
Mhm.
think? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
The contracts are pretty simple. NFPA is the code compliance part of it, and then CAD maintenance, which supports that. We do have another piece that isn't shown on there, which goes back to our pre-plan piece, but those are incorporated into your IT, the information technology section that you'll see later on. Okay.
And up next, we have ambulance billing, and then on deck is emergency management.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Martin, and I serve as the ambulance billing manager for Clay County. Our billing division is a team of 6 FTEs. My team ensures the county recovers revenue owed to it for ambulance services, working directly with insurance providers, patients, and billing systems to keep that process accurate, timely, and fair. In plain terms, when someone calls 911 and gets an ambulance ride, we're the ones making sure the county gets properly reimbursed for the service so that funds can go right back into supporting EMS operations for our residents. Together, we process about 16,000 ambulance transport claims each year while adhering to HIPAA and all applicable local, state, and federal billing regulations. Our fees are set and approved by this board. On the collection side, our team works across 4 payer categories: commercial insurance, workers' compensation, PEP, and self-pay accounts. Ambulance claims are competitive by nature. The payer that receives an accurate claim first is generally the claim that gets paid first. If you look at the slide, our personnel cost has stayed fairly flat and actually is dipping some for the projected year. Operating costs are a big driver of a growth indication, as you can see from the jump from $585,000 to the proposed $797,000. And capital and other costs across all recent years is at 0. Slide. We currently manage 3 major contracts. One is PEMT, which is the Public Emergency Medical Transportation. It's a state Medicaid supplement reimbursement program available to publicly owned or operated EMS agencies for the gap between what Medicare normally pays for emergency transports and their actual cost. We have Optimization Revenue LLC, which is our third-party vendor that compiles our transport information and submits it to AHCA on our behalf, ensuring we receive the maximum return on our Medicaid transports and help offsetting the cost to the county. We also are contracted with United Healthcare that's contracted with us through the PEMT participation. Slide. Some areas for opportunity: adopt a formal write-off policy. This would let us accurately identify currently uncollected revenue and establish a measurable baseline for recovery. It's an internal accounting and reporting improvement only. It would not change how we pursue active accounts. Number 2 is to contract with the collection agency at a low or no cost to the county to pursue accounts once they've passed our internal 18-month collection window, about 1.5 years of in-house handling and attempted collections. So revenue isn't simply written off once our own efforts are exhausted. Do you have any questions?
I just think one of the takeaways is we need to look at the assisted living charges, so.
Got it for action.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And on deck is real estate.
Good morning. Timothy Devon, Director of Emergency Management. Our department is tasked with ensuring that the entire county, the 4 municipalities, and all supporting agencies are able to prevent, prepare for, respond to, recover from, and mitigate against any major event or disaster that may impact the county. Anything from a tornado, hurricane, major debris after a storm, wildfire, or even the 12 days of the fair. As shown on the slide, there are three parts to our budget: personnel, projects, and operations. Emergency management was staffed with 4 FTEs in this budget year, with one position being eliminated from a vacancy last month. Our average for this category has been between 455 to 461,000 as shown on this slide. Last year, we were able to offset some of the personnel costs by utilizing some leftover grant funds. That shows on the left-hand side, it was 461 originally, and we were able to get it down to 368,582. We have the potential to use grant funds again this year as well. However, moving forward, there might not be this opportunity. The 376,722 that's on the right-hand side of the slide is showing the reduction of the 1 FTE. Emergency management, I'm going to stay on this slide. Emergency management currently has 2 projects: construction of an overhang behind the EOC to provide coverage and protection for the trailer assets from the elements to prolong their life, as shown on the capital line item above. The second project is our planning project to put Clay County Emergency Management's program in a position to be EMAP accredited. This project is rewriting and aligning all 60 disaster plans that reside within Clay County. It also puts all of the plans in compliance with federal grants and state statutes. The last category in the middle of the slides is our operating funds. In the current FY 25-26 budget, after removing the 2 projects that I just spoke about, $52,000 is left to allot to ensure that the entire county's preparedness with equipment and supplies for the EOC's readiness, storage, material to push out for flood zones and community preparedness, weather stations, extra radio caches, supplies for shelters, ensuring that we have trained staff for any EOC activation. It takes about 120 county staff members for a full activation for one 12-hour shift. So if we're fully activated, that's about 360 trained county people that we need to respond to that disaster in the EOC. Last year's budget, we were cut $77,000 from our operating budget, with an additional $124,000 cut from our operating budget this year. Looking forward into next year's budget, we're seeing an additional reduction in the operating funds, in addition to the reduction of the emergency management staff from 4 down to 3. There are several statutory requirements for our program that include our comprehensive emergency management plan, threat and hazard identification and risk assessments, integrated preparedness planning workshops, all hazards plans, our local mitigation strategy, all of the healthcare CEMP review and approvals come through our office, shelter readiness for both general population, special needs, and also our pet friendly, maintaining our special needs database, compliance with DEP, compliance with CRS, which is the community rating system for our flood insurance, in addition to our annual exercises and annual training, just to name a few. Next slide, please. So I spoke on the lower one with the 2 projects. The upper portion of the slide, in emergency management, we piggyback on a lot of other people's programs. For instance, we use Tyler to collect the fees for our review for the CEMPs for healthcare. Our Javari software is the damage assessment software that we utilize. WebEOC, Everbridge, and our special needs database are currently funded with the state. Last year, the state almost did not pick up the tab for WebEOC, so we as a county would have had to make the decision whether we were going to continue. And that is the program we use in the EOC when we activate for all the positions to document anything that goes on within the disaster, ordering supplies, equipment, responders, things of that nature. It's also part of the software we use to get reimbursement. That is my report, pending any questions.
Emergency management plans, you have 67 counties. I mean, they're all fairly similar, I would imagine.
That is correct. And historically, we have used other counties' plans and changed the name. However, at a certain point in time, we had to build a crosswalk with all those 60 plans to ensure everything within Clay County was spoke of.
And the regional councils integrated in the emergency management arena. Why can't we collate, collaborate, and get one entity to write 67 plans instead of 67 different counties writing plans.
So actually, we did put this out to bid, and the planning council did come and actually meet with us, and they did not put in a bid. It was too big of a scope for them to actually take on. So we actually met with Beth and her team to try and see if we could go that route, since they're a quasi-state agency, but they could not take that on. So we had to put it out to bid for others, which we do have one that is writing that. It's a $360,000 project that was a 3-year project to rewrite all 60 plans, but they have 12 people that are working on just this one particular project to align the plans. And it's meeting the federal requirements, the state requirements, the state statute, the mitigation strategy. It's tying all of that stuff together. And it's going to put us in a position to be what's known as EMAP accredited. It's the Emergency Management Accreditation Program. And when we get reimbursement from a disaster, we will be able to get more of that money up front because we have all of those plans in place. And historically, we have not been EMAP accredited in this county.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, Tim, question for you. So from the, I guess, the partners with fire rescue and the sheriff's office, how many people, I guess, have multiple roles when the EOC gets activated? Like in terms of your team essentially, that maybe aren't full-time EM employees, but when we get to that point of needing them, what does that look like?
So I'm not going to go too far in depth, but I'm going to try and answer the question. So with my 3 staff, so I'm the incident commander, so I'm doing the political side, the messaging, the media. My other 2 staff members are running the EOC. One does day shift and one does night shift. So they're in charge of the whole EOC. All the other departments fill in those gaps from there. The fire department, sheriff's office assist with the operations section. They also assist with the planning section. I'll point out a change we had. So when Gabby was here as a director for community services, they handled our health and human services branch. When that went away, we're now training Mary with the libraries to now do that particular function. So we're training her and her staff to be able to activate. That particular branch runs anything that deals with shelters, animal services falls under there, so all of the shelters, the schools, everything. So we're having to ensure that all of those people are trained to fill those different functions. But there's logistics, health and medical, so Department of Health provides staff as well. So it's truly a community partnership. But if you look at, we train about 80 people a year. There's 360 people needed. It takes me 5 years to train everybody to operate in the EOC. However, you know how turnover is. So I'm constantly fighting that battle. So hopefully that answers your question,
I
sir.
was just curious. Thanks.
Thank you.
On deck?
Building maintenance and grounds maintenance.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Caleb Reisinger, County Real Estate and Land Conservation Manager. The Real Estate Department, as you see, though small, is crucially important because it supports and partners with other departments to help fulfill several key goals delineated within the strategic plan, notably improving public safety, increasing solid waste processing capacity, and increasing recreational space. And this is achieved via site feasibility analysis and acquisition of our sites. Core services you see there are acquisition of property, as I just mentioned, for projects and facilities, property management, and the disposition of county property that's no longer needed for current or projected future use. Next slide. So you see the one project that we have. This is a contract for the management of Veterans Park, and this proposal is still under review. Next slide. The primary change we can make going forward is to focus on optimizing the county's portfolio for long-term value and revenue potential and production. And in order to accomplish this, we need to negotiate market competitive lease rates, solicit proposals for redevelopment or improved use of county property. Additionally, we can trim unneeded properties from our portfolio and only retain properties that benefit us going forward. And finally, we need to look to acquire new sites for facilities and expand services. We need to adjust our thinking and purchase sites which afford opportunities for future expansion, consolidation of uses, and potential revenue-producing uses as well. Over time, these changes will help to build and strengthen our portfolio into a valuable asset to the county. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
All right, unfortunately, Gene had a, family emergency. He was not able to be here, for this presentation, so I'm gonna try to, handle it the best I can, and I do have some team members here if we get too deep into the questions. Building maintenance custodial service really is about maintaining your facilities and doing the, cleaning of the buildings that the county owns. Personnel, there is a slight uptick. We are adding more buildings, so we are taking on more maintenance of the grounds, custodial work, those kind of operations. Operating is going up because, again, electricity for most of the buildings is paid for out of this budget. So as we add more buildings, there is an anticipated cost of electricity, water charges. Examples of that are your new economic development building, which we do back charge at the end of the year. And the animal services building will be an increased electrical charge, of course. Capital, really reducing the capital expenses down this year. There's not a lot of big muscle movers in this budget. So the budget has gone up mainly due to the cost of electricity, water, and just having more buildings. As you can see, the contracts, and we did add on there the general fund utility bills. You know, that's 1.4 million of the budget. I'm not going to read all these. If there's a question on one of them, I'll be more than happy to try to answer it.
How long, Madam Chair, how long is the lease with SOE's building?
It's a long-term lease. Caleb, I don't know how many more years we have on the lease. Oh, that's fine. I think the thing here is, you know, there's been some discussion on Mr. Chambliss had to leave, and we were talking about it beforehand. You know, he's got to expand his services at some point because the requirements for the machines, the requirements for just more people, there's an opportunity to potentially purchase this piece of property, which then would, of course, move it to a capital expense, and the general fund would not be paying for the rent going forward. I do think that's a conversation that we will be having in the future with the board. I think Caleb has it on your August agenda to
That's where I
discuss.
was going with this.
Yes, sir.
The lease is expiring, and I know the owner is thinking about selling the property, and that provides an opportunity and a challenge also. We may not get a renewal of the lease, or we may buy the building. So I'd just like to know.
Or you may have an increase in rental expenses if you have to expand and possibly expand somewhere else at market rate. So we will definitely be bringing that to you in August as a discussion point.
Okay, thank you.
Other major projects are listed up here. If you got any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. And the one item that we did have on a service level adjustment would be to look at potentially eliminating that lease and doing something with the property. Before I move to grounds maintenance, any questions on facility building maintenance? All right.
And on deck from grounds maintenance is Parks and Rec.
Grounds maintenance, the function of grounds maintenance is to maintain the grounds at all your parks and county facilities. This includes tree trimming, grass cutting, fence repairs, all of those items. Personnel's kind of stabilized this year versus last year. Operating is going up a little bit, just in the necessity of we've got fencing and things that need to be replaced. Capital is going down. We're not purchasing any new lawnmowers. There were some budgeted that then we didn't buy last year. That was that whole discussion of in-source, outsource that we had. Overall, the budget is staying relatively flat year over year. These are the main contracts that we have in grounds maintenance. Mowing is split across different mowing contracts, whether Challenge Enterprises for county buildings, Lawn Medics for most of the parks except the regional park. Ag Pro does the treatments of the various parks. Major cost, we do have money set aside in this year's budget for tree trimming as needed and for countywide fencing operations. We did create projects for those from a budget perspective so that we can, when you ask the question of how much tree trimming we did, we can give you a number and it's encapsulated versus being across many projects through our many funds. And service level adjustments, there are several in here. Go ahead, sir.
Back up, Centus Rentals, weekly employee uniform rentals. Weekly?
Yes, sir, there's uniforms that they cycle out. I think they get 6 uniforms. Correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, is that 11 sets? And they rotate half of them each week.
Cleaning?
It's beyond that, ma'am. It's more than just them. This one specifically is grounds maintenance. Well, this one's, who, Centos?
People who are wearing them in grounds maintenance, is it everybody?
It's more than just the custodians, yes, ma'am.
My question is, new uniforms or are we cleaning them?
It's both. I mean, if they get a tear, rip, or whatever, they get new uniforms. But the general psych is they got 11 of them. They cycle 5 of them to go clean. They have 5 for this week. The next 5 come back. So it's primarily the laundering of the uniforms and the rental.
We need to look at that.
Why can't they wear t-shirts?
Yeah.
I mean,
Why can't they wash their own clothes?
It-
Kinda that's what I do.
That is a
that's
point
been gone, that's been forever we've done that?
We've done that so long as I think we've rented uniforms in various departments, as long as I've been here. I would say, while I appreciate you pointing it on this one, this is in several of the departments, so if that's a discussion you like to have, we're more than happy to look into it.
I think we ought
It's grounds maintenance.
This one is just grounds maintenance number, but I would say that if we go back to facilities, it's in facilities also, because it's a number for facilities, and I think you'll see that in other departments' budgets as we move forward.
I think that's an action item to look at.
Yes, sir. We'll put it on the list. At this point, if you're gonna have questions, oh, go ahead, ma'am.
I do have a question. When you highlight Centus, can you clarify for me on page 25, the Centus Fire is $96,000?
That's different. That is Centos Fire for undergrounds under Centos Fire is for our fire alarms and sprinkler systems and things like that. The one that, if you go to the very bottom of that page, it says Centos Uniforms. That's the one I think Commissioner Renger is referring to. Same company does different functions.
I see.
Wanted to break it out into here so it's very clear, the 2 functions.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And if I could, I know Justin's on deck, right? I'm gonna go through these service level adjustments that Grounds is recommending. Most of them affect parks, so I will defer to Justin on the impact of the parks as we go through that, if that's all right. So these are the service level adjustments that Grounds Maintenance came up with. Things such as reducing the mowing of parks and county properties throughout the year, possibly going down from, 31 cuts to a lesser number. Having the associations take on more of the load of mowing and treatments. The county had done that at one point in time, moved away from it. I know that's one of those back and forth type things. Reducing the treatments on the turf on the different parks, and then removing the portalet service at facilities that don't have true standalone bathrooms. And if you've got questions on those, like I said, I would defer to Justin because they are impacting his operations.
Justin Pierce, Department of Parks and Rec.
Any questions on the service level adjustments, or do you want to roll right into parks?
I say roll.
And Justin, before you do, so Justin's gonna take us all the way through to Camp Chow on the slides. So on deck will be libraries after Justin.
All right, thank you, Justin Pierce, Director of Parks and Rec. Our mission is to provide high-quality parks and recreation, promote active and healthy lifestyles, and preserve our natural resources in Clay County. We've aligned our department with our national and our state associations, which is community building / equity, health and well-being, environment, and economic impact. Our department overview, we oversee 63 park locations. Sorry, a little bit better. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
All right. We oversee 44 park locations that are active parks, and 19 of them are undeveloped parcels that we currently own and maintain. Some of the other facilities that we oversee are the historic Triangle Rentals, the fairgrounds, and the outdoor adventure park. Some of our notable parks are Camp Chirunwar, Ronnie Van Zant Park, Knights Marina Boat Ramp, and the Regional Sports Complex. We manage 21 leases. 8 of those are athletic association leases that lease 9 of our parks. And we have a team of 18 staff members that are broken out throughout the various cost centers under Parks and Rec. So going with the slides, you see an increase year over year in operating, and that's due to the operating projects that were recommended in our park system master plan, which also keeps up with our strategic goals and our impact fees. So some of those projects are court surfacing. Ronnie Van Zant, Paul Armstrong, those courts are deteriorating, have cracks, so the replacement and the resurfacing of those courts are projects that you see that inflate that number, as well as other projects like amenity sunshades. Our court services, we provide programs, athletic partnerships, rentals, and maintenance of our boat facilities and our trails. So any questions before the next slide? All right, so our major contract is our FDEP land lease with Knights Marina. That is a requirement for the state because it is a commercial site because of the slip rentals there. So any questions on the contracts? Some of our projects that you see, Moody Avenue, which is the ADA playground that we have in Clay County. The life cycle of a playground is 8 to 10 years. That playground has been there since 2012, and it's the only playground that has a pour-in-place surface for individuals with mobility impairment to be able to utilize all of the park equipment in the wheelchair. So that number is subsurfacing, and the under drainage is half of that cost of that amenity. So any other questions with the projects? We are looking at a CDBG grant for potentially offsetting some costs of that playground. So the others are just recommended improvements that are stated in our park system master plan. Next slide. Some of our level assessment opportunities are removing some of those projects or deferring them to another year. The one that we did keep in there is the court surfacing because there are 2 parks that may be in a position to where we have to take those amenities offline, which will impact our level of service if we do not repair those due to safety concerns at a building and the cracking of those courts. Next slide. Regional Sports Complex. You see a decrease in capital. That's due to the equipment that's purchased to maintain the park. So a lot of that was the mowing and equipment to maintain the park to mow. So staff does that. So that's a deduction from the mowing contract under grounds maintenance. Next slide. As you can see, the contract there is AgroPro, which is the treatment of the athletic fields, and that's under grounds. The other projects that we have are just equipment for the events that we bring into the county for that site. Next slide.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
How bad is the Moody Park playground?
Well, that life cycle, you're looking at 14 years. We're outside of the warranty period, so as pieces of equipment break down, you cannot replace them. And then the surfacing itself, the equipment is tied to the surfacing, so as the equipment breaks, you can't just take the equipment from the surface. So that life cycle is coming up, ma'am. So
you're wanting to replace it because of that starting to happen?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And again, you have to replace the entire unit, the subsurface, the base, because it's under drainage in there as well. And that's half of the cost of playground equipment of that size.
So delaying it for a year, would that be okay, or?
That is possible, ma'am. So, but we do run the risk of if a piece of equipment or a large piece breaks, then it is a heavy possibility that portion will be taken offline.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, fairgrounds. You see an increase in personnel. That's due to reclassifying a staff member that was in Parks and Rec admin to the fairgrounds, as well as hiring a fairgrounds foreman that was a vacant position for half of that calendar year. And so that individual was hired in summer of 2025. So that's where you see that increase there. Next slide. Again, the contracts for Florida Lawn Medic, that's the mowing of the facility, and the disposal services are contracted and billed out of grounds maintenance. There are no other projects or service level opportunities for that site. Moving on to the gun range, you see a decrease slightly year over year. That's the upstart cost of getting that facility online. And now that we're managing that on those Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays for the public, you see that's been running smoothly. So unless any questions, next slide.
I got a question on gun range.
sir.
Is any part of the gun range in the sheriff's budget?
They,
Maintenance, nothing?
they operate the facility Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. They bring their own equipment to utilize the range, but we do repair the wooden targets and the steel targets. But they, from my understanding, they bring their own equipment out, so I don't know if anyone can speak on. Yes, and for as the mowing of the actual range, the sheriff department mows around the complex of the range, which is on C.
Justin, I have a question on that. Your personnel cost has gone up from year over year and up from 24, 25.
Yes, that's the increase of one range safety officer and just the 3% increase that we've received over time. But the facility was staffed with a range manager and an outdoor adventure coordinator, and then 2 range safety officers, and we hired 1 more. And then the next year, this actual year, we're hiring a reservation specialist. Currently, if you've been to that facility, the operations of it used to be in the garage of the range. Now we've built a portable building, so that's the check-in station for safety measures, and that has moved the full-time person away from the actual range, which lowered the RSO ratios. So now hiring a part-time person to handle all of the videos and the safety measures before someone can actually go to the range, hiring that part-time staff member allows a full-time range safety officer to be back on the range to increase utilization of that facility. So that's the increase that you see there.
Okay, so I'm confused though, because it's only open to the public 3 days a week, so we need 3 range safety officers?
But yes, they're part-time employees, and they're 24 hours a week, and those 24 hours consist of the 8 hours Thursday, Friday, and Saturday when the range is open to the public. They do not work the other days when the range is
No, I
down.
get that, but, and I get that you need more than one for people to take off or be sick. I just,
Well, the
three,
ratio is
three, just, I mean,
the ratio is 1 to 5. Currently, we're operating at a 1 to 8 to 1 to 10 shooter versus a range safety officer. So we're still not at that 1 to 5 ratio of shooter per range safety officer. So we're operating at a 1 to 8 to 1 to 10 when it's open to the public.
so what's the standard of the 1 to 5 versus 1 to 8?
Well, the recommended standard is 1 to 5. There are no sanctioning qualifications that says 1 to 5, but our professional staff that are on site recommend that to make sure we're operating at the maximum safety capacity that we can. So currently, we're at 1 to 8, and when we have someone who may be sick or take off, then we're shutting down portions of the range. So we may decrease the pistol or the rifle ranges down by 5 so that we can have that ratio still remain. So that has happened in times past.
Okay. And you cut the capital, do you have the skeet range that we had
No,
talked
ma'am.
about?
The skeet range, no other amenities outside of the gun range and the archery range exist on site.
I have a question. There was a goal to be self-sustaining. How close are we? Are we closing the gap?
We are closing that gap, sir. Just a little information off of revenue that we've had in fiscal year 24-25 was a little bit over $95,000. Through June, we are already at 83. And this time last year, we would have been at 72,000. So we are $10,000 more than what we are this time last year. We are making fee schedule recommendations. Some of those are increasing the membership rates, the shooter rates, and looking, one of the things that we added this year was some of the sunken costs with targets and safety goggles. Those were things that were handed out and just thrown out. We've added that to our fee schedule, so we're averaging around $50 to $60 a week just on recouping some expenses for targets. So those are things we're looking at to continue to increase that revenue. But our expenditures currently, we're looking at $254,000 to $83,000 in revenue, sir.
Thank you.
If I may, to answer your question, Commissioner Condon, on the skeet, if you decided that that would be a priority for the county, I think you could look at putting that either under capital or using your impact fees, because this is a park. So just, if that was a desire of the board, it would not be reflected in this budget per se.
Any other questions regarding the gun range? Moving on, next slide. Again, contractual services for the range. The sheriff department, they mow around the gun range itself, but the other 130 plus acres, we have under a contract, and staff also mows portions of that facility as well. Twofold Engineering, which is our water testing, is under grounds maintenance as well. Camp Chewinwaw Park, you see an increase in capital, and that's due to a septic conversion project that we're planning for next fiscal year. Again, that is on the well system, and we have to move that over to city water. So the background work that needs to be done for that, our capital projects team will take lead on that. So that's what that budget item is in there, as well as roadway improvements to continue to fix the deterioration of the entryway roads and the walking paths that you see throughout the park. Moving on, next slide. Contracts, outside of Twofold Engineering and Freedom Waste, which is our disposal services, which comes out of grounds and facilities. One Stop Aquatics is the only other contract that we have at that site. You see that's a $77,000 line item. So if we move to the next slide.
Before we leave, we have a contract with YMCA to do.
It's not YMCA, sir. It was YMCA.
That's
Now,
right.
One Stop Aquatics is the vendor that we've contracted with as of last year. And so this is their second year
Do
operating
we
the pool.
generate any revenue from that?
It's not generation of revenue, it's deduction in the bill that we owe for that services. And moving on to the next slide, that's what, well, actually at the bottom of that slide, that's one of the recommended level of service opportunities to look at. Karen and I have been diving into the FCTD restrictions and requirements for that site. It does say that we are to operate a pool and outdoor recreation amenities as well as cabins and rentals. But if there's an opportunity for any third party rentals out of that, that may be a way, or restructuring the way the contract is written currently. We are making fee recommendations to increase the pool entry fees. Currently, one of those recommendations are that if you stay overnight, you get free admission to the pool. That's one of the recommendations that's removed, to where everyone who enters the park has to pay entry fees. So again, those are some of the changes that we're looking at making next year. But we are reviewing, ma'am?
How much is it to get in?
Well, it's $3 for an adult, $2 for a youth, and we're increasing that to $5 and $4 for next year as well.
Madam Chair. Justin, what's the annual revenue of Camp Chow?
Annual revenue, fiscal year 24-25, sir, we've made $160,935. As of June 30th, it's $104,599, sir. And that's off of cabin rentals. We are still missing around, I think it's a little bit over 1,000, maybe 1,200, which is the YMCA rental for their summer camp. They pay that at the end of the summer, so that will be an additional 1,000 that we will see in this year's budget.
And, you know, I think that's something we have to look at. Camp Chow is 100% undeniably a losing proposition. It's $538,351 to operate and only bringing in $160,000. When you look at a county with 240,000 people, I believe the number was 1,341 visitors annually. It's a very small percentage of people for 500 grand. So that's, you know, it's a tough decision, but it's something we are really, really going to have to dive in as a nice to have. As far as park stuff too, I mean, you know, one of my priorities is to keep access for residents and make sure we're maintaining a decent level of maintenance. One of the things I think that we've got to really tie in on is the blocking and tackling of government. Is it the job of the local government to provide programming? My opinion is no. I think in the parks there are so many private partners that we have Clay Sheriff's PAL, we have the YMCA, we have FIAA, Middleburg Athletic Association. You go all down the list of 21 leases, and I would imagine if we come to the table with some of those private partners wanting to expand their impact, we could significantly decrease costs. But Like currently in the park staff, we have 4 FTEs that just do programming. In a time where we're very uncertain as to what the future's gonna be, increasing capacity is that wouldn't be an increase. We're providing that level of capacity. I just don't, this might be the time we have to start looking at what's our role? Do we want to provide, training from the county commission? I don't know. I personally don't think so. I think that our community supports our youth enough that we don't have to be in that business. That's, especially when, we're trying to find some dollars, but that's just kind of my thoughts on that.
And if I may, sir, going back to the Camp Chewinwa, again, with the FCT, there's a requirement to have that facility open for passive recreation, trails, and natural resources. And then I think there's a differentiation between the pool operations, the cabins and rentals, which are also requirements that may be a third-party opportunity for rental. But the park itself is still a passive nature park that is required in that deed that we purchased the property in 2006 to be open to the public. So a lot of that operation cost of just the maintenance and the operations of the facility outside of the cabins are tied into that personnel and operating costs as well, sir.
When did you say we purchased the park?
2006 from the Girl Scouts.
Is there anything that says we can't sell it? Like just totally sell the whole thing?
That has to be approved by FCT, or.
And what's FCT?
Florida Communities Trust. That's how we purchased the property, sir. So there's language and restrictions in that and who we can even go into a third-party agreement with. It will have to be a government organization that FCT approves of. Okay. So again, Karen and I are diving into that language and the restrictions and what those options are, but that's the information that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that Commissioner Scrumlow is on to something here. I guess in the past 5 years, I just didn't realize how much of a losing proposition Camp Chow was. And so I guess my question would be, what if we just can't afford it? Like, I get it that that's in the deed, but, there's a lot of things that are said in deeds that, what is the enforcement of? And I guess what happens, they take us to court? I don't know what happens, but I guess that's the question. Because, or maybe what would it cost operationally to make it the passive, or I don't know where a lot of the costs are. Obviously, you've told us the pool, but, and I know that 1,350 people have used the pool.
Yes, ma'am.
But I wonder how much the pool in Green Cove is used comparatively. And you don't want to pool overloaded, obviously, but.
If I may, Chair, maybe a recommendation would be budget office work with Karen's team, Justin's team, and come back and give you that breakdown of, here's how much staff it takes to turn over the campground piece, the cabins, what's the cost of the cabins versus the revenue, what's the cost to maintain the park as just a passive park, and we kind of give you some of those breakdowns. I think we as staff can come back, and I think that would answer your question, sir.
Plus the legal implications.
Well, yes, and the legal implications, but I think if we can start with, here's how much you're generating off the campgrounds, here's how much the cabins cost you, here's how much big cabin costs you to maintain versus what you make off a big cabin. I think if we do some of that work,
I agree.
it may
Should be an action item.
Yeah, and furthermore, what the cost savings would be if it was a totally passive park. Like if it was like a Moccasin Slough, where if you're a Clay County resident or visitor, you want to go enjoy the park, but there's no county involvement in it. What's the maintenance of it?
I just wanted to add that, as Justin mentioned, Troy mentioned, and we'll continue to work offline, reevaluating revenue options at the park, along with the other things you've asked us to look into. But, I'm not saying this is something I'm suggesting, but there's things that we could look at that have been adopted in the past. So, for example, we don't allow alcohol, we don't allow catering, different things in the big cabin. So we turn down a lot of wedding reservations, things like that. People that just find that they don't want to rent the facility because of some of our restrictions. So that's some things we also want to look at and bring back to you for consideration.
And getting creative, I mean, that's like, it's all dollars and cents, right? So if you open a wedding venue in the big cabin, that now people are paying, you know, if it's, hey, you can only have the alcohol for the weddings or whatever, and now you're bringing in $5,000 to $10,000 per wedding per weekend, that totally changes all this,
I mean,
right?
This is waterfront, I mean. you
Well,
know,
right,
yes,
right,
I mean,
right. So,
yes,
and then,
exactly.
I mean, the camping piece, the pool piece, maybe that's the wrong direction. I mean, maybe that's not the way, but that could be a huge, you know.
We've done that at the fairgrounds for
Mhm.
special events, you know, to allow alcohol. And other events you can't have alcohol. So we could do the same thing with the Camp Chow.
And would that increase the amount of people that stay there then also? So like how packed are we with people that stay there? Or do we have a lot of room for increase, I would say, if you only have 1,300 visitors? I'm sorry, as far as renting the cabins, would
But
that increase
13
that if you make it a venue then, you know, and increase that use?
Well, the 1,300, ma'am, it was the pool admission, so that was the cabins, which is
But
totally
we don't even
separate.
know how many.
Yes, ma'am, but we are booked. The fall and the winter months is when we're booked the most heavy because a lot of them are element-driven facilities to where there's no AC, and so that's when it drives up to where all of our cabins are rented pretty much every weekend. The summertime, it's a little bit of flex space, but I think that's where some opportunities that we'll have to look into. And again, we'll have to dive into the deed restrictions. Is alcohol allowed on the property? So those are things that we'll have to dive into and, of course, bring back to the table.
Well, if you allow catering, you're doing even more than weddings. You're doing all kinds of other events where people would come there, so.
And I would
know,
imagine
throughout
that
the year.
the FCT would be amenable to if we went back and said, look, we can't afford this, show them the numbers. This is what was in the deed 20 years ago. It's a different world today. Can we change to attract some of this usage? And I'll be honest, you know, I think I've seen this summer people posting about, is there anywhere to go and swim? I don't know that we do a good job of advertising. The county has a pool that is public with and maybe we do a pass so you can pay for the summer or not pay for each time, but
We do have that in the fee schedule, ma'am. There's a summer
an
pass that you
annual
can.
pass,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, and so maybe advertising that more, that yes, there is one. You know, the competition is the Green Cove pool and the Y, but otherwise, I don't know that there's public pools that people can go to without having a membership.
And we've asked what people want, and this is the things they want, being able to use our waterway more, and this is one of the only ways in our county that people can use that area, so.
Going back to you were mentioning the capacity of the camping and stuff. The red flag for me is that if it's full and it's only bringing in 160,000 and the operating's almost 600,000, that's not the right business, right? That's where we gotta,
Well, that's where we need to know that breakdown,
yeah,
you know.
yeah.
Possibly even, so really thinking outside the box, could the big cabin or part of something out there, one of the things that, you made me think about it when you said what the residents want, Madam Chair, is that people have asked for a restaurant on the water. So is there a way that we can lease out? It has a kitchen, you know, is there a way that it can be leased out to
That's funny.
someone?
There was supposed to have been one right next door to it.
Yeah,
Yes, there was, and he never
There's
did
an
it.
approved plan for one.
And it's a parking lot.
Opened his
Yeah.
marina without it. So
True,
maybe
yeah.
there's an opportunity there for the county to lease that space out and meet the needs of what the public would like.
That's a good idea.
So I think, we've heard you loud and clear. I think we'll work with Karen in the budget office. We'll come up with some ideas on how to, you know, see if we can make the numbers work.
I have one quick, we had a treehouse that was in need of renovation, and I can't recall, did we do the renovation or not?
Well, it wasn't a renovation, sir. That treehouse was flattened by a tree, so that is gone.
It's
So,
gone now? Okay.
So we're in designs currently to finalize that of more of an accessible amenity as opposed to the tree houses, which if you are mobility impaired, you won't be able to use. So this one will have an ADA ramp for wheelchairs, so we're finalizing the designs. But as far as construction for that, we do not have that in the budget, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions regarding Camp Chewinwawa Parks and Rec?
Thank you, Justin.
All right, thank you.
And as Mary's coming, on deck is Animal Services and then Extension and Mosquito.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Canfield, Director of Library Services. The Clay County Library's mission is to provide a community resource center that is the heart of the community. The Clay County Library System's vision is to inform, connect, and inspire all county residents by providing free access to programs, spaces, and both physical and virtual resources. We support the county's quality and balance of life strategic plan priority by providing and promoting opportunities for youth and adults to engage in programs and outreach. Our personnel budget reflects the staffing for all library branches, including the tech, as well as the tech services team, the programming and outreach team, and library administration. We currently have 48.2 FTEs. We have been working this year to lower the amount of FTEs, so we have decreased that from 52.2. Next slide, please. Oh. So we're currently, we can go back, I apologize. We are currently changing to a new self-check vendor, and the savings that we'll see in our operating is going to be included in at the end of my presentation. And the capital portion of our budget is for library materials, both physical and virtual. Next slide, please. So we have 2 slides on contracts and external services. They support the operations of the library, including patron databases. If there's anything that you have a specific question about, I'd be happy to answer that question on this slide.
I circled the lockers that we haven't, but I see you're,
I'm going to present about that. Yes, sir.
yeah, so
Yes, sir.
I support that.
Okay. Thank you. So I recommend the following service level opportunities. Discontinuing lockers. The outside lockers allow patrons to pick up their holds after hours. However, only 150 unique patrons take advantage of the locker system. Also, discontinuing, oh, it's in a different order, I'm sorry. Discontinuing LinkedIn Learning. The LinkedIn Learning Training database, there's only been 476 unique logins for the last year. And then discontinuing interlibrary loans. Interlibrary loans allows patrons to purchase, not to purchase, excuse me, to borrow items from somewhere else in the state that we don't necessarily have here in our library system. And only 447 unique patrons have used this service for the last year.
LinkedIn Learning is 400 users, residents?
It's with a library card. So if you have a library card, so some staff use it, some patrons and the public use it, but yes, you need a library card to use it.
What kind of learning are we talking about?
So the offerings are vast. You can learn how to use Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Office. You can take training on leadership, customer service. If you want to learn how to use photography, you could take a course on that. Yes, sir. So it's everything from professional training to just individual offerings. And our revenue comes from library fines and fees and also our state aid reimbursement that we get yearly.
Mary,
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
specific to say residents. Does
I-
that mean?
No, I meant library card hold. Residents can come in and use the library, but for LinkedIn Learning, they need to have a library card.
Okay, so let me refine my question.
Okay.
Can residents outside of Clay County get a library card here?
They can. We have cooperations with 4 counties, so that is Martin, Alachua, St. John's, and also Bradford. We do not have one with the Duval system. They do not want to partner with us. However, if you live in Duval, because I know that Duval's close to the Clay County line, you can purchase a card. It's currently, for a year, it's currently $100 for a library card for 1 year for someone that does not live in the county. So they do have that option. And we're going to address those fees.
Our fee for Duval County,
Our fee for Duval County is $100.
$100.
Their fee for Clay County residents is $175.
it's actually $180.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, we charge 180, she said.
Any other questions?
I had one, Mary.
Yes, ma'am.
So, one of the recommendations is on remove hotspots from libraries. Obviously, I would imagine that it impacts my district is when we put them in during COVID. Are they used or not used or?
They are used. They're oftentimes broken, I'll be honest with you, and we have a lot of issues with that. I I know that Dean's going to present on that, and that's $12,000 a month.
A month.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
I'm sorry. A year? I'm sorry, it's a year. Dean has that. I apologize. It doesn't come out of my budget. I apologize. I apologize. It comes out of Dean's budget. Yes, I know. I would have said whoa too. But we do have free Wi-Fi in our branches.
Sure. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Madam Chair. This is another one I think that as we look as a community over the next 3 to 5 years, we're gonna have to decide. And I had a great conversation with Mary yesterday about this. I think the public looks at, the term library as kind of an antiquated, thing you did 25 years ago. And I challenged Mary with this, with her team of do we want to start seeing these facilities more as community, what'd you say in the very beginning?
Community resource centers.
Community resource centers, because I think that's really, from the government's perspective, that would be the value, right? Instead of just a place to get books, which is how some of the community looks at a library. With that being said, one of the other questions that I have is, how many residents, and you told me yesterday, but if you can regurgitate, of the 5 libraries we have in operation, what's the level of attendance or participation in the community?
So we have 95,058 current library card holders.
How many of those are active?
I'd have to get back to you on that information. I'm
If you
sorry.
could, we have 95,000 card holders. If you could get me
Well,
the
they're
data.
all active. I'll take that back. They're all active. Whether or not they're using them,
That's what I mean
all
by
the time.
That's what I mean by active.
so I'll have to do some research for you.
If
and
you
I'd be
can get
happy
me the
to.
data, I want, Howard, I'd like to see the data. Of those 95,038, how many have done something with that card within the last year? I'd like to know that data.
I can get that for you, sir.
Okay. But back to the 5 libraries, how many people, in terms of attendance?
For all the programs?
Not programs, but I mean in terms of, we should have some data of how many people come to the Orange Park Library, the Keystone, the Green Cove, Middleburg.
So we do not have counters at the libraries. Those were taken out a few years ago, and I can kind of explain why that happens. When you walk into a library, we'll take Orange Park as an example. If you were to go through the counter, you would be counted once. If you were to go back into the hallway to go to a program, you would be counted again. If you were to go back into the library, same day, you'd be counted again. If you had to go to the restroom, you would have to go into the foyer and you would be counted again. So we didn't feel that that was accurate information. So we don't have that. We don't keep that information anymore.
Okay.
But you have programming information.
Yes, ma'am, I
Yeah.
certainly do.
Let's hear that.
So currently, in this past 12 months, our attendance has been 108,767 people, with a total of 2,157 programs. And I did talk about the strategic plan. I will tell you that our goal for the strategic plan is to increase programming over the 5 years by 30%. We have currently increased it by 26%. Engagement is supposed to be increased by 35%, and we have increased it by 84%.
Awesome. And Mary, I really do appreciate the hard work of you and your team, and just the reason that this is so important for the public is the last year's budget on libraries was $4.9 million, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and we got to make sure if the government, like I said, if we're investing in that much money into a service, then it's something that wholeheartedly our county expects and our citizens want, and they want to use. So I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just say, it sounds like the libraries are more used than a lot of the services we
They
offer.
could be, yep.
I mean, at 108,000, it's half of our residents.
Can we get a breakdown of that too, of the programs? So you said 108,000, if we can get a breakdown of,
I have it broken down. I can get it to you. I have it broken down by age group,
okay.
and we can also break it down by branch for you. I can do all of the
That would be
above.
great. Awesome.
I'll get all that to Teresa so she can send it to all of you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Mary. All right, it's 11 right now. Do we want to go ahead and break? Okay,
Let's,
15 minutes.
10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, 11:10, back in the room.
11:10.
11:10. You better hurry.
I like that. 10 to 15, it's 10. 11 to 15.
All right, where are we going?
Conference B.
They're probably more.
My face met the concrete.
What did you
She
do?
was talking about
Back to me, I had smacked it.
Oh, yeah?
Right, not this one. I don't want
You're on my bad. Because you smacked her.
Listen, I wouldn't take her in a dark alley. I've known her for a long time. Jason, did you ever get in touch with Sally Fulton? They're like, no way.
concrete all inside. Ooh. Oh, broke my face.
I did. I sent that. I sent that to Eric. He was like,
See, here's the moral story is.
Listen, first of all, I was completely sober.
because when I was out
Yeah,
there, I was like,
I
as
promise,
soon as
I was. My
picture,
son-in-law was recovering alcoholic, we were on vacation. I
2
said, you
days,
don't drink
like,
alcohol.
yeah.
So, I didn't, nothing. Your zip code is 32073, correct?
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
But it was also one of those.
So, that being said, that's why I had to walk out a minute ago. I had to
Okay,
go take me a
I'll
beat.
support this.
Listen, if it was done by another individual.
The alcohol.
We should take care of ours still.
What you up to?
I saw.
You just don't have, call somebody, please, we need to know. David Green?
Oh, I got.
You saw your shirt?
What's wrong?
Oh, Teresa, did they sign the, development?
I'm notarizing them right now.
Yeah, you better go. I know.
I've got an adjournment I need to.
So is it a time? So I talked to, and I know I'm not in on this, guys. It's already out. So I told the girls, I'm like, send another, oh, us, because I'm really fast. So all these guys, they had to come out here because we were late. No, no, no. Like, they asked you for a quick leave.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you don't want to drive out there.
Yeah.
And then you don't even know how to fix it.
They didn't tell me they were having difficulty getting it done, so I'm gonna choose mine.
But like kids to take.
It's still alive. We just can't get back out there. He's a truck driver, and the girlfriend or wife want engagements, and we don't have the power to force. We can. It's, the vet, Dr. Sherm, looked at a dog and it was underweight from the previous time she'd seen it. And she was concerned about it dying because he wasn't doing what
But
he
he
needed to
already
do.
had a case with us.
Yeah,
And our case said he's required to get veterinary.
so he took it.
He took it to the vet.
Then he hasn't applied.
Well, he took it, but he denied the advice that she was giving him. Yeah.
So then we have to do it under that.
Yeah, but we can't get there because he's not at home, and the girlfriend who is at home isn't allowing us to do it, to
food, we was giving food, and he said he had. He's supposed to take it back to the vet tomorrow, so we need to confirm that there's an appointment.
No, is there any?
Oh.
Is there any?
But we're,
Let me go get you
we got
one.
now.
I'm going that way. I mean, she was going there. I didn't date it. I didn't know what date you were.
I think we want to have a sense of change.
Yeah, so we've been out to the property 3 times. But we've not been able to see the dog. The other dog's in the house. He's got 2 of them as well. But we haven't been able to see it. I know, because if you come out to me and I say, I want to see your dog, and then I say, no.
But even with the,
I'd need a
under the
warrant.
statute, this, we've already done it.
But he complied by taking it to the vet.
And she was concerned it wasn't gonna live. And she said that they said they were feeding it, but then when she put the treats down, it was acting like it hadn't been fed.
So that's the issue of trying to gain the access, and technically he did comply with the OPC because he went to the vet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Jamie, when did he say we had to be back in here?
10.
10 minutes? That's it?
Yeah, because if I go to, we could do the 828, but we'd have to see it, say it was in distress. But if you don't let us on the property, we can't gain the
But
property.
is there something, so is the only requirement under the statute that we see? Or is there
No,
another
you can-
requirement that they have to,
The OPC element of it is have to go back to the vet.
and that just, that satisfies that clause under the statute? They don't have to then show us?
Well, if the dog is not in good shape tomorrow, can she not call you and
If
have
we
it
can see it,
there?
yes. We can, we've got to see it, yeah.
I
As
guess
long as
I
we can
just
see it.
feel like we're just not doing anything and the
But I'm trying
dog's
to
gonna
figure out,
die.
well, right, but I'm trying to figure out under the law, how can,
Yeah.
so help me get there.
Well, are they allowed to just ignore us? And are they allowed to just not show the dog because she's a girlfriend and not show the dog? Like if we go there and we say we
Well, we
want
would
to
have,
see it.
the only way that we could tell them to show it is go to court and get a, yeah. Which that would have to be Gary and them
Yeah,
and get it on.
that's not good. So you could tell me to.
Something is wrong
leave.
with our, the legislature does not intend for the statutes to be this way.
Yeah.
They really don't, because why would they pass the hurricane thing where you can't fly dogs to
But
school?
see, on the flip side of that, the 2 dogs I want you to look at for the adjournment, those dogs were skinny, we told them to go to the vet, went to the vet, climbed everything, signed everything, climbed everything. We in turn went back and took them because they didn't comply. Yeah, because we didn't
Will they
comply.
surrender them or we need to take them?
I,
Okay, let's talk about it. Okay. Are we within the time frame?
yes, we took it to Tuesday.
I'm gone next week. Because my 10 days are now a day and a half. Okay. All right.
yeah.
All right, well, I'll look at the statute and then, I mean, maybe we can, let me look at the statute, I'll do it during the meeting. And then we can-
It's not okay to when we have an active case against it.
I left, when I think I'm just having. Here. Close the bar or not knowing to the judge.
Then we have to have a way to get an emergency in front of the judge to be able to see an animal. We can, under our watch, we can't let an animal die, right? And last weekend,
I mean, we'll try, but I'm just saying.
last weekend, the vet said she didn't think he's gonna live through the weekend. She wanted to know if we could go out and do a wellness check. And I
We
just
went out
don't.
that same day, we just couldn't get it. And we went out Sunday as well. And it was,
Who would I would die?
he's a truck driver, but the girl was there, but she wasn't coming.
Okay, we have to go to the-
Okay.
I just think it's different when we have an active case against them. It's not the same as.
But we don't have the same powers they've got in regards to kind of forcing them by presence. Because my little badge don't work like his badge.
Is there not a way that we can?
But we'll follow up on that.
I think the sheriff office thought it was just for us.
Oh, these guys.
Tell Jeremy.
Jeremy.
That's what Howie said, we can't afford this. I said, we're gonna have lunch. We're gonna order lunch. And Craig, Chick-fil-A, he's in my district, so. Good.
All right, we are back, going with animal services.
All right, and just to say, on deck is going to be extension and mosquito.
We are an open intake shelter. We act as the county's safety net by law and by mission. Whether it's an abandoned pet, a victim of cruelty, or a stray animal found during a storm, we're available 24/7. We manage public safety, zoonotic disease control, and animal welfare concerns simultaneously. As we look to transition into our brand new facility, we are acutely aware of the long-term need to marginally increase our staff to manage the new, larger footprint. However, we remain strictly accountable to taxpayers, and we are holding off on asking for any new hires at this time being, as we want to first gauge our precise needs in the new space. Furthermore, we want to see if this more centralized location will naturally drive an increase in regular volunteers to offset our labor needs. Because of this delay in requesting those new staff members, we think this streamlined budget, which we've proposed in front of us, will strictly focus on the ROI for our operational tools. We're requesting a targeted funding for 3 critical elements: matching funds to secure state grants for low-cost spay-neuter initiatives, medical supplies to reduce our length of stay, and field equipment for animal control officers to resolve the roaming pet issues directly affecting the neighborhoods. By investing in this disciplined budget today prevents costlier crisis management for the future, and it ensures a safer community with fewer stray animals on the streets and a more humane and efficient animal service operation. As you can see from what we've proposed, it's pretty streamlined. We've gone under 3%, as most of the budgets have been. And as we're moving, we don't currently have any, sorry, next slide. Those are our cores, and these are the contracts that we've had. Those are standard, so if there's any questions on those, you can ask those. But going into our last slide, yep. So we don't currently have any service level adjustment opportunities there. However, we have identified some that we would like to look at once we got into the new shelter, such as we would like to continue with the low-cost spay neuters for own pets. We would like to continue with the rabies microchip clinics. We have an addition with the meeting room facility that will be at the new shelter, and we would look to see if we could utilize that for the public and for businesses to have trainings there where you could generate some income there as well. We currently have 3 full-time staff members that are on replacement as opposed to new, and that is our budget. So if there's any questions, let me know. Nope, we're good. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. The University of Florida IFAS Extension is a cooperative partnership between the University of Florida and Clay County Board of County Commissioners that has been bringing research-based education directly to the community since 1951. We help residents solve real-world problems and improve their quality of life through programs in agriculture, natural resources, health and nutrition, housing, personal finance, sustainable gardening and landscaping, and 4-H youth development. And those 4-H youth development subject areas range from traditional livestock and equine all the way to computer programming and robotics. So these needs and program areas are identified between a partnership to best benefit the county through the university and county guidance, as well as with input from our community partners and advisory councils. So each year, our team delivers 2,000 educational programs to reach more than 20,000 participants, whilst providing over 10,000 one-on-one consultations to answer residents' questions and address local needs. Our impact is amplified by 964 dedicated volunteers, including 4-H and Master Gardener volunteers, who contribute more than 10,000 hours annually, which is the equivalent of 5 full-time employees by hours. Our funding is a true partnership. In fiscal year 26, Clay County invests approximately $694,000, with an estimated $676,000 for fiscal year 27, and the University of Florida matches that investment with more than $834,000 in direct and indirect support. We further leverage those funds through grants, fundraising, and program fees when appropriate to support our programming. And in total, from 2018 to 2024, our office had a total economic impact in the county of $10.6 million. And this is an ROI of approximately $3.06 for every dollar the county spends to our organization. And if you want to, our only major contract we have is that MOU for the University of Florida. What that is those are actually, all that money goes towards positions. So those are 2.5 FTEs of program assistants who go out and do education in the community, as well as the county salary portion for one of our 4-H agents. The reason those are housed in the university and paid for that way is because the grant actually saves the county on fringe benefits. So for example, we're averaging about 10% in healthcare increase for the county. The university's fringe benefits actually went down this year for those positions. So it does save the county money having them housed at the university. And for service level adjustment opportunities, we didn't have any at this time because overall of our budget were almost entirely salary and position related, with about $6,000 in total operating expenses outside of that.
Yeah, Matt, I got a question. Okay. So my question, I have a couple questions on this. So, if the county were to decrease our contribution, what would the university do? Like if we said, hey, we don't feel that we need, we don't need, 678,000. Let's say we're only willing to fund 300,000. What happens on the university side?
Those would be directly lost in positions and output, so they would not be able to backfill because the state is funded through the university is funded through state and federal dollars. So that's determined each year by both legislations. So from my understanding of the situation, they would not be able to backfill and fund those positions.
So 10.6 million in economic impact.
Yes.
Give me tangible examples.
So, for example, some of the things for like in-kind, we do have in-kind impact from our volunteers being able to work in the community. Our programming works. We do work with nonprofits as well as leadership to work with to basically help build positions within the county. In mine personally, I do pesticide training, and with those are able to help people secure jobs in that industry within Clay County.
So give me some specific examples.
So basically, so other things are things like basically, we're also pulling in grants. This is all, and basically what these come from is each year we put in a workload impact with the state. And from there, from what people have actually responded and saying this is how extension has directly impacted them, they use a metric to measure what that economic impact is.
I'm one of 5, but this program is, I reached out to some of my ag folks, and as many of you know, I'm very passionate about protecting ag. Even though that's none of my district is ag except Old Hard Road. But with that being said, we got to look at what are we getting for this. Like I've heard a bunch of numbers, but I haven't heard any. We help this specific Clay County taxpayer by doing X, and that's what I'm looking for. I mean,
And we have a wide variety of that. For example, in my position, I'm going out and helping people look at so for example, like I'm horticulture. So I'll go out if people in Fleming Island have issues, their yard is having issues and they're having trouble with the HOA, basically billing them for I go out, take a look at the yard, take a look at samples, help them come up with a solution to help that get better.
So how much is that happening though? Like how many residents are reaching out to the Clay County IFAS Extension Office saying, I have issue with my grass, can you come see me? I've never heard of anyone actually doing that.
So overall, we had 10, and across all program areas, we had 10,000 individual contacts to our office or at our on-site tabling events last year.
Okay. Can you get me a record of those?
Yes.
Okay.
We keep track of all that.
Yeah, in the people that I've talked to in the community, they're like, I said, hey, what do they do? And we don't know. So this is one we got to look at.
Yeah. And we're also providing direct education and things like we're in schools. We have 2 school gardens. We're doing educational programming on STEM and robotics and like embryology throughout the school district. We're in retirement communities. We're working with the libraries to do programming there. So we're all throughout the community. It's just some of our things we're constantly working with those groups, so it's not as public facing. But we are out there, and then additionally, like we do have all those. For me, I'm mostly doing a lot of that one-on-one where we are averaging, I'd say, in general, usually about 6 to 8 phone calls per week and probably about 20 emails directly on plant questions. So.
Now, you probably would get more if people knew. I
Yes.
think people just don't know at all.
I mean,
I wouldn't know to call for
And
that.
and the tough thing, I mean, 6 to 8 phone calls a week for almost $700,000.
That's just in my program area. We had
Yeah.
we've had 10,000 individually, so over a course of a whole year.
Yeah. I mean, and then for reference, 10,000 versus 160,000 ambulance rides, right? I mean, like listen, I'm sorry, I don't want to be, painted as the villain today, but this is what this looks like. I mean, this is when you're trying to needs versus wants and return on investment, I don't know, that's just my 2 cents, so.
Madam Chair, I have a question about 4-H. It's a nonprofit organization.
Yes, it's part of the
And
university.
I'm very supportive of 4-H. I've dealt with 4-H with children for 40 years. But so are the Boy Scouts, so are the Girl Scouts. They provide a service, recreation and service as well. So I'm really questioning paid positions that county is funding for 4-H, a nonprofit, whereas Boy Scouts, we don't care, that type of thing, so.
So those 4-H agents are providing direct education, but they also manage the extensive volunteer group that's throughout the community, providing those interactions with the kids at the club level. So there's clubs in every single community throughout the county, but there's basically we have 3 FTEs directly supporting the 4-H. And then remember, 2 of those are one of those is direct is most of our positions are. Our agent positions are split between the university funding as well as county funding, so they're not footing the entire bill on a lot of those positions. But
thank you.
By that too.
How many people again is the 470,000?
What was that?
How many people? How many positions is that?
So in total, in our office, we have, it is a total of 11 FTEs. We have 5.5 FTEs per extension agents. Those are the ones that are partially funded by the university, as well as 2.5 educational program assistants who go out and do programming in the community. Those 2.5 positions are giving about, last year they did 415 programs to 7,453 residents and attendees at those events. And then we also have 3 administrative positions to support us.
So you said 753 attendees?
7,453.
Okay.
And those are just our program assistants.
So going back to, we're talking about, looking at programming. So 678,000 for extension with 7,000 program attendees. You go back to Camp Chow, 600,000 in operating for 1,000 people coming to a pool.
Right. But those 7,453 were part of the over 20,000 we had.
Yeah.
That was just those 2.5 FTEs.
I was just making a point.
All right, no problem.
Madam Chair, what I think I'm hearing, we need to drill down on this and come up with.
Yeah, and part of that, and honestly, part of our programming too, we do provide wellness and leadership education to county government. So we have done IFAS classes for county or sheriff's office, county BCC employees.
That they pay for, correct? Like it's not, I thought all that stuff's paid, that stuff's part of a contract.
No, it's not. It was to no cost to counties.
Okay. But that doesn't necessarily go away if you reduce staffing.
Okay.
That's all I got.
I would say, just know that we know that each of you really care about your job and your departments and all that, and so just, this is tough. So, just know that we have to find it somewhere. So that's what we're getting at here. So,
And on deck, we have community engagement.
Good morning, Annie Villau, Mosquito Control Manager. Our mosquito control program provides a comprehensive countywide program focused on protecting public health and enhancing quality of life of our residents. Through year-round surveillance, prevention, and treatment, the program works to reduce mosquito populations, minimize nuisance mosquitoes, and help lower the risk of mosquito-borne diseases. The program supports our strategic plan by promoting community health and ensuring residents can safely enjoy their neighborhoods, parks, and outdoor spaces. Using an integrated mosquito management approach, staff monitor mosquito activity, respond to citizen concerns, identify breeding areas, and apply targeted treatments. In 2025 alone, the program responded to over 265 citizen service requests, sprayed more than 262,000 acres to control adult mosquito populations, and applied larvicide to over 38.5 million square feet to prevent those mosquito larvae from developing into adults and then a problem. As you can see on the slide here, there is a slight budget increase to fiscal year 26-27 that comes from a small increase to our contract, which was a little over $9,000 for the new contract that I'll mention on the next slide. And there was also a small reduction in the personnel FTE supporting that contract. So you can see our one contract here, which is with VDCI that we just renewed in June to provide the overall comprehensive program at the amount of $285,252. Not reflected in this slide is the grant that we receive from FDACS each year. This year it is allotted at $69,587 to help offset those costs that we'll receive at the beginning of the budget year from FDACS. So that brings our total really to $221,141 for the budget for this program. We have no other projects here, and at this time, no recommendations for service level opportunities. I do want to mention that our agreement does provide 4 full-time and 3 part-time FTEs to provide those services here in Clay County. Any questions?
Madam Chair, question and a comment. Question, so back in the day, riding my bike down Pine Avenue, used to see the truck and like is that an antiquated, technology these days?
No, that happens. It happens at night when the mosquito population is actually out. They spray with targeted products that have a really small droplet size that really just target the size of mosquitoes. But that does happen, and it's a GPS operated system, and they do spray throughout the county.
Does the mosquito control team, how do they dictate where they do that? Is it upon request, or is it, or you guys know hot spots? How does that
So
work?
they do trapping, so they look at actual population as well as looking at the water and seeing what types of larvae is out there. But it is all monitored by that GPS system, so it is on a regular schedule based on the conditions, the weather, all of those things to make sure that it's properly managed. And part of receiving that funding from FDACS is showing that we are abiding by the state policies and best management practices.
And my comment was just, I'm just super proud of Clay County with mosquito control. You know, our budget is 290,000, and we had talked about this. St. John's, Troy, it was in the millions.
They have their own taxing district that
Right.
taxes it, but it's like $8 million if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so just a county over with a little bit more water.
They have a
but-
museum, don't they?
Yeah.
And a helicopter.
Yeah.
We definitely get a lot of value, especially if you look into the FTEs with the 4 full-time and the 3 part-time under this contract to provide services to Clay County.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
I have a question. I've seen bat houses. How effective are they, and are we looking at alternative? I know we have larvae we put in ponds.
We do have certain fish that we can use to control the larvae. I'm not well versed enough on the bat population, but I could get you information on that as well with management.
Some natural remedy against mosquitoes.
Absolutely.
That doesn't include me breathing the poison that kills mosquitoes.
Anything we can do to encourage our natural environment is definitely a positive thing. So I can get some more information on that for you. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions? Thank you.
So on deck is Public Assistance Services and then Veteran.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jason Clark, Operational Manager. I have the privilege of working with a lot of volunteers, providing the Keep Clay Beautiful benefits, and working with our SWEAT program through our community engagement offer. We are a very small force, one person, department of one. Keep Clay Beautiful has many wonderful adoptees. We have 55. We've done many great cleanups. Commissioners, you have been a part of a few of those cleanups, so we go into that. But our operation budget will cover our Keep Clay Beautiful efforts and our SWEAT program. Our core service right now, SWEAT program, we do work with delinquents who have been diverted through a program. We do 26 events per year. We work with Clay County Sheriff's Office to assist in manning that operation. And that's where we definitely do that. We have Touch a Truck event that we host annually with the county. That's through sponsorship, and then our Keep Clay Beautiful efforts. Contracts and external, and next slide. We have nothing to offer on that. Do you have any questions?
Jason, how much does it cost if you want to adopt a mile?
It doesn't cost anything right now. Discussions on future sponsorships have been discussed, and we're open to looking into that.
If I may, we did evaluate that. I think with Karen, we're gonna evaluate that more of, you've got, and we worked with Eric to come up with some numbers of what it would cost to clean a mile of road. We're still working through that to come up with a dollar figure to say, if a company wants to adopt a mile but doesn't want to actually go do the cleanup, here is the dollar figure, and do we have the contracts to actually support doing the cleanup the way that we would want it?
But like if a Rotary Club adopts a mile, they don't pay anything, and we put up a sign.
The ones that are current are our current adoptees actually perform the adoption cleanups themselves.
Do we provide the materials?
We provide grabbers, gloves, bags, different tools just to assist with those cleanups.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam
I
Chair.
think it's a cool program.
You've been a part of it, so
Yeah.
thank you.
What question for you, Jason. Touch a Truck, what's that cost us a year?
That is through sponsorship, so that doesn't cost us anything right now. So we work with our grants team to sponsor, make sure that's a sponsored event at no cost to the county.
I'm gonna make a comment that because of you, I think you're the most efficient division in the whole county, quite honestly. So, job well done.
Put that on your fit rep.
Yeah.
I will. Thank you, sir.
So I'm here to present the Public Assistance Services. Unfortunately, these are things that are mandated but unfunded, so mandated by the state, but yet there's no funding provided. So you see the cost of these, and core services that fall under these is the indigent and unclaimed remains services. We do some costs with the Council on Aging, Aging True for our Older American Act, but again, that's not a mandate, so we'll talk about that again later. The forensic exams for children with physical abuse, abandonment, neglect, that is a mandate that we have to fund. Our medical examiner services, that's mandated. Community and commodity distribution throughout the community is a mandate. So the next slide, please, will show the contracts that we have. So these are provided by outsourced services. So City of Jacksonville provides the medical examiner services, and that's appointed by the governor, and Duval handles the 3 counties, Clay, Duval, and Nassau. They have a fee schedule that we don't get a chance to negotiate, so we have to follow those fees. Challenge Enterprise has provided our commodity distribution for the county for a number of years. They do a great job. They do 5 locations throughout the county. We have a contract with Eternity Funeral Home that does the unclaimed descendant disposition services. So if someone's unclaimed, they pass away in the county has to take care of that. And we have a contract with the funeral home, and that's at $999 per case. The University of Florida Jack's Physician provides the examination of the children, and that's on a per case basis. It's $300, so we set aside $20,000 in the budget each year for that. Some other major things that we have to fund, of course, is Medicaid assistance. We have our solid waste exemption fees. And then you see the cost of the unclaimed is roughly about $50,000 a year. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that for y'all. Thank you.
What are the qualifications for residents for their solid waste exemption?
So Milton's going to talk about that in his slide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Paul Osorio with Veterans Services. Our department's function, Veterans Services, assists eligible veterans and their families in accessing federal, state, and local benefits, as well as employment, social services, and in-case management resources outside of the VA. The office provides free claim assistance, benefits counseling, advocacy, and guidance through the benefits application and appeals process. Right now, our personnel is funded at 342 with a proposal of 352. Our operating cost is going down from 54 to 48. One of those big moves is coming into this building. There is no capital or other. Our core services, Clay County is estimated to have 28,000 veterans living in Clay County, of which we assist, we're ranked at 20th in the state as having veteran population. In that, we are averaging yearly through all VSOs, 8,000 office visits. Right now, Florida has $27 billion in direct indirect and direct benefits to veterans and their families. Clay County, off of 2023's expenditure report from the VA, is $483 million. We also conduct outreach here in Clay County, especially like one of them that we do is Keystone, where we go down to Keystone to meet our veterans down there. We also do tabling at a lot of events so that we can reach out to the public and let the veterans know that we are here and we are here to support them. We also, like I said, we have our resources because the VSOs mainly focus on the benefits with the VA. Our resources goes outside of that with other partnered people like, or programs like Operation Barnabas, Wounded Warrior, and such, in order to prevent homelessness, in order to prevent getting into financial hardship. Next slide, please. Right now, our external contracts is being at College Drive. Right now, we're focusing on, now that we're coming back in and focusing on trying to see if we can find a program that can come in and utilize that space since the lease is to August of 2027. If not, we're looking into seeing if we can terminate that lease, hopefully. There is no other major cost, and then the service level of adjustment opportunity. Normally, we send the 3 VSOs to get training. We definitely have to do it in May. There's 2 times that we go, and in May, we go to get the certification, and then in October, we go again. Normally, we go again, but the idea is to send 1, and then that, like myself, and then bring back and train the other VSOs. Any questions?
Where's this conference at?
There's 2 locations. The May one is in Orlando, and the October one is in Tampa. Any questions? Thank you.
And up next, we have MIS, and Dean's going to take us all the way through to radio systems, which is a few of his departments. So on deck will be communications after Dean.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dean Hain, I'm the Director of MIS for Clay County. We are a service organization, meaning we make sure that all of our people can do their work so they can service the public. We don't have much public-facing activity, but more support activity. Our services generally consist of 6 general areas. So the first area we often talk about are the technology support and customer service folks. These are the people that fix our PCs, that work on your laptops, that handle your cell phones, your desk phones, the security systems, the day-to-day work. Another segment of our business is that we offer, or we're responsible to provide cybersecurity and operational resilience services and functions, disaster recovery, continuity of operations from a cybersecurity and data security standpoint. The third area of our services to the county are what we call our infrastructure and network connectivity team or function. So we've got close to 50 sites now in the county with technology in them. They all have to be connected. You know, we got to ensure that everybody's laptop gets out to the internet, gets to the shared drives. We have all kinds of firewalls, switches, network equipment that all connect on the back end, not to mention our server environment, email environment. It's a pretty heavy lift for our organization, okay? If I move over to kind of our 4th, 5th, and 6th areas of services, we talk about our enterprise business systems, which really means our software systems, right? We have very large software components here that support our HR system, our finance system, our purchasing system. I'm talking about Workday. We have a couple other ones. Tyler's a big one that we support, Microsoft Office Suite, and a variety of other, enterprise level software applications. On top of that, we're pushing 25 departments or whatever now. Most of those departments have very specific software that they need for their own operations. The 5th component of our services are public safety. In our house, we are responsible for the 911 system for the county. We're responsible for the public radio safety, or the public safety radio system, and also computer-aided dispatch for fire service. And then finally, our sixth component here, what we would call our GIS and analytics. So we deliver mapping and addressing. We have all kinds of reporting. I'm sure you guys have used our map services before, but we also have a component for analytics. I'm sure most of you are getting all the strategic plan reports, okay? We have staff that help develop apps for that. So we collect all that information so we can deliver you this information to make, we're in the world of data-driven decisions now. So that's our core services here. We support the strategic plan mostly through an initiative to ensure that our technology infrastructure does not go any longer than 1 year past end of life for supportability. Those reasons are really for supportability and security. Our world changes very quickly and we got to keep up, okay? So that's kind of the core services, how we support the strategic plan. Anybody have any questions up to this stage? Okay. I'm not sure I want to go through all these. If you guys would like to, we can. I would like to hit just the top, the sweet spots here. Workday is expensive, but we have almost all the constitutionals on it in one way or another, okay? RingCentral is another expensive endeavor we have for our enterprise cloud telephone system. But again, we have all constitutionals except the sheriff's office on that. And then certainly our Microsoft enterprise licenses for everyone to have email authentication, validation in our network environment, okay? Troy, can you move down to the next section here?
When you say shared use, is that shared cost too?
No, sir.
Dean, can I ask you a question on Workday? We were paying for a person that worked for Workday or multiple people. Are we still doing that?
So this is a good conversation. I'm glad you brought this up. So at the beginning of this fiscal year, we had a purchase order for outside Workday support consulting, okay? It was for $115,000. About that same time in last fall, we brought on a new Workday person in our department, and she's amazing, okay? She has done so much work for us that we haven't had to use very much of that contract at all. And in fact, we have just processed a change order to the purchase order from $115,000 down to $7,500, okay? She saved us over $100,000. We got the right person in the right role for the right conditions there.
Perfect. Thank you.
So let's talk about, if we can hop down to maybe projects quickly, Troy. So at the high level, again, supporting our strategic plan, servers, PCs, laptops. Just talked to you about Workday's services. I think we have a placeholder of $25,000 for next fiscal year. I think the computer-aided dispatch project is on pause right now until we sort out a gap. We have, we had this money set aside to improve our CAD system for fire rescue, and we started working with the vendor, and they gave us some quotes for upgrade that far exceeded our budget right there. And so we're on pause until we sort that out. The good news is that we're not losing any services, right? We're still able to maintain that same level of service with the tools we have. So let's go to service level adjustments. Sir?
Madam Chair, the Clay County Fire Rescue, CAD, why isn't that in their budget?
There's a lot of back-end IT work that resides with us, including, CAD coordinators, servers, reporting, and we have all kinds of links. CAD is not a standalone system. It's got fingers that crawl and touch many other areas of the public safety environment, paging, a variety of areas. They run the reports. I think you heard Chief Mock talk about Gravity is our, #1 contributor to falls here. So all that information is contained through CAD. And so we have the technology, the staff, right, the tools, and the training to support that system. And so from our standpoint, it kind of makes sense. we can support them our way, and they support us by showing up to our house when we need them.
I want to back you up to whatever slide 70, Autodesk, 3D design, engineering, entertaining software.
Yeah, that's AutoCAD.
Why do we need AutoCAD? I don't understand.
So engineering actually uses it quite a bit, and so do we have a couple of people on our staff and the GIS staff, right? So when contractors submit plans to us, they're almost always in CAD. We ask for CAD because
So
those
we got to
are
read it.
Yeah, well, and they're the raw files, right? That we can all agree on the raw files. There's no manipulation done.
Thank you.
If I can take that one step further, sir. We're using Charlie in Richard's shop to use AutoCAD to do some in-house design, because if not, we would be spending a lot more money to have outside people do that design.
It's a great system. It just,
Yep. So if we hop down to service level adjustments or opportunities, I guess it's an interesting one. I'm listening to others, and I've read through the slides. In our house in MIS, we look at this every single day, right? What's our service level adjustment? Hey, if we're not hiring people, or we got a ways to go before we fill staff, for instance, that means we can shut off a license, we can turn off a cell phone, we can turn off something, right? We look at this, I mean, it's every day for us, right? Or when contract renewals come around, here's another one. I think slide 4 earlier today, we talked about some of the work that's already been done, right, across the board. So we did a renewal for part of our cyber program a couple of weeks ago. The number came back really high, and this is off of a state contract. And so we, on ourselves, call up the vendor and just tell them, hey, we're in a jam here. This is unreasonable. We can't get here, right? And so because we asked for a discount, we got a little bit of a discount. So going back to every day, this is us every day asking for some kind of better deal, okay? They're not going to offer it, okay? So we got to ask. I think a
Dean,
couple.
can I stop you right there a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you to a certain extent.
Okay.
But recently I have had some conversations with business owners, because when y'all have conversations they don't like, that's when they call us, right?
Sure.
And I've had some conversations with people that are being squeezed on the back end. So I get it on the front end of a contract. If like it goes out for bid and Jessica puts it out, and it comes back and it's not pricing that meets the budget and that kind of thing. But asking a current vendor to cut their prices so they can go back and report to the county manager that they got this cut, that eats into somebody's business. And the person who called me is a small business owner that does business with Clay County by choice, not by need, and wants to continue doing that. But I just wanted to stop you there, because, until Amendment 3 passes, we could be having a different conversation. But, what the person called me and said is, I pay my taxes. So what? The sky's falling? And he said, has the board directed the county manager to go and ask these things? And it wasn't you, and it was a different situation. But I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to bring it up. That's not the way we do business in Clay County either, because the person said to me, look, Clay County's difficult enough to do business with, and then you add this on top of it. If I'm going to get squeezed, I don't know if I can continue to do that. It was embarrassing, frankly.
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
I didn't know that, because we haven't directed anything like that. So I'm on board when contracts come up, or, situations, but to revisit it is one thing. I don't know. And maybe you all feel differently, but I was really caught off guard, and it was really embarrassing.
Can you elaborate more what you mean by on the back end?
Yeah, that an invoice had come in, and the department called and asked them to cut their invoice on already negotiated prices.
Yeah, I should have couched it a little bit better, in the sense that software, okay? And we buy our software through some purchasing vehicle where we can. And what we've seen, and actually this is a good opportunity to have this conversation, what we've seen over the last many months is a huge spike in our cost, in the technology's cost, right? it's not uncommon to see software rise between 7 and 12%. That's without an agreement. If we have an agreement, that's another story, right? We go along with that agreement. But we've had a couple of other specific software costs that have really impacted us that haven't been budgeted for. So the first one is the migration from PubWorks to GWorks, okay? So we've been paying $20,000 a year for PubWorks for the last several years. We get the call last fall and said, hey, you've got 6 months to migrate because we're not going to support your product anymore. And by the way, the new product is now $35,000 a year, okay? Unbudgeted. The second specific example I can give is the agenda software we just came to, right? So we started out with Novus. We've been paying about $9,000 a year for that, okay? Fast forward to one meeting, it's gone up to close to $30,000. And the vendors, the people who write software, this is what they're moving to, okay? We're not going to support this. We don't have control over that. So, and in these two instances, what I will say, very short fuses to react, right? We have to conduct our business, okay? We do. To some degree, it's the cost of doing business, but our pushback is it's not sustainable over the long term, right? I don't know how this is, the whole industry. And so let's talk, so we're talking about software. I'm sure you're all aware of the prices of hardware going up, skyrocketing, right? Servers, PCs, network gear, right? Huge spike. We're seeing it here. We used to get a quote that was good for 45 or 60 days. Now the quote's gone down to 30 days. I saw a quote yesterday for 10 days. The quote's only good for 10 days because that's how fast this market is moving. And it's being driven, by the AI farms, right? So most of the AI farms have been buying chips in bulk in preparation to spin up their data centers, okay? And it doesn't look like that's going to level off maybe for another 18 months or so. So when we budgeted $100,000 last year for servers, this year that same $100,000 is going to buy 60 or 70% of that, okay? And so I'm here to tell you that we have some serious constraints in our world, but again, every day we're looking for the service opportunity, okay? We're in a tight spot, okay? We're going to be in a tight spot for a while. But I wanted to kind of cover just a couple more things about things that we've already done. I talked about Workday already. I think I'd mentioned to you before, we saved $66,000 on reducing the licenses on Monday.com. We're transitioning out of that. Our telecommunications bill has gone down, in thousands of dollars over the last 9 months because we're hawking our budget. And then one other comment that I will say in support of, slide 4, where we've reorganized, saved 28 positions across the board. One of those positions was in our department as well, okay? So we're here to help bridge the gap, okay?
I make the call here. I'm sorry. We're going to look over yours and ask questions offline.
Sure.
Okay?
Understood.
We're going to skip on to the larger departments.
Very good.
Thank you so much for your hard work.
Do you want to talk about 911 or not?
Yeah, we're going to skip on.
Very good.
We'll email or call you a question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
What you may want to do, Dr. Burke, is, communications is next. If anybody has any questions, hit those. And then what's the next department? Any questions? And that way you may get through some of these, to your point, a little quicker. And
All right, you want to look ahead and the ones we just skipped.
so if I can, I can just read them off.
Let me jump in for 911 wireless. We looked at this, and just the data is service level adjustments is PSAP elimination. When you look at Green Cove Springs, they handle 4.8 calls a day. When you look at Orange Park PSAP, they handle 8 calls a day. So compared to Sheriff's Office's 206 calls a day, and fire rescue 70 calls a day. So eliminate PSAPs is an initiative I think we ought to look at, just due to the call volume. They're not doing anything. So we can absorb those into our current PSAPs without degradation of service. May actually increase the efficiency of service.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair. Laura Christmas, the Director of.
Laura, hold on, I think, any questions?
Yeah, we're just gonna ask questions.
Okay.
If we have communications, we're gonna skip on, to.
Okay, perfect.
Environmental services.
Well, I think, does anybody have any questions on communications?
All right, anyone? I know there's no service level adjustments.
No, ma'am.
Proposed.
Well, those were addressed on previous slides, as well as for the CISC.
Good job.
And anything?
Perfect. A lot easier than I thought it'd be. Thank y'all.
All right, I think we're in environmental services now.
Yes. On deck, environmental services and universal collection. And then public works.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Milton Towns, Director of Environmental Services. So environmental services, in essence, we're environmental protection through the proper handling of collection and disposal of solid waste to meet the needs of the county, whether that's commercial, residential, institutional. And so environmental services is, as a department, we're split under two funds, both of these funds being enterprise funds, meaning we don't rely upon the general fund, but we're in essence self-funded, and that's either through our tipping fees or through solid waste assessments. So first, I'd like to discuss the disposal fund. This is the operation of most of our, or it is. This is the gist of environmental services as far as most of the staffing, all of our facilities comes under the disposal fund. And the increase this year is really, you'll see there's a decrease in personnel services for 1.5 FTEs. Yet we're at a, almost $450,000 increase year over year. That's due to contractual obligations, and that includes CPI increases and along with growth. So, more waste comes in, our costs to handle it and ship it out go up. But that increase is also kind of offset by our tipping fees for that. So our major contracts, if there's any questions, they all support our operations, disposal cost, or required state FDEP permitting type requirements. I do want to point out one of the larger agreements is for erosion and control, which is they help with our long-term care of all of our closed landfills. We have 10 in the county, but they also part of that contract is litter collection pickup along Rosemary Hill Road and County Road 215 between Highway 16 and Cathedral Oaks Parkway. And so that pickup is done multiple times a week because, it's just the fact. If unsecured loads near, on the route to and from a solid waste facility, there's usually more litter. And we take that on and keep that off of Public Works. So as far as our capital, it is substantially less than current year, but we do have in there for $200,000 for ECC repair. Specifically, that is our attendants are in 20-plus-year-old sheds, lawnmower sheds, and which are very expensive to try to keep together at this point in time. So this is to actually give them a more proper attendant building, and that's what that is for. For service level adjustments, so those are here. There are only two that directly affect the general fund because we're reimbursed from the general fund for those two, which are the exemptions for veterans and hardship. Other potential savings would be discontinue the free disposal, close all or some of the ECCs. I can tell you those are basically a duplication of services, as we have services at the curbside program. Doing so would allow the disposal assessment probably not to be raised for a number of years because of the amount of savings in those two things of about $2 million. And you can see the amount in the disposal assessment alone for the exemptions. For the veterans exemptions, 384,000, but when you add them all together, and it was in one of Karen's slides, it's almost $1.5 million now for the total of the exemptions, and I'll give you the other half in a moment.
I won't support shuttering any of the ECCs, and I'll be honest, 3 of them are in my district, but they are used, they're heavily
I
used.
second that, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not an option.
They're gonna be putting it wherever.
Yeah. Burning more than.
So for our,
Madam Chair, before you leave that slide.
yes, sir.
Veteran exemption, is there any other county municipality that provides a veteran exemption?
There are none in Florida that we have discovered. We did survey, and I don't have that with me in front of me. We did last year through this process. We looked at peer counties. We didn't find another doing a veterans exemption as we do. There are some that do a hardship exemption, but most of those are a partial exemption. There's some dollar amount or some percentage of the total amount. They're not 100% like ours is. But our veteran, and I would like to add our Clay County's veterans exemption, that was adopted prior to the state's veteran exemption for ad valorem taxes. So, you know, the dynamic has kind of changed since then with that additional exemption. And of course, at the time of adoption, there weren't very many. Our rates were lower and there were many fewer applicants
Amazing,
for
we're the
that.
only county that does it.
And so we're seeing a rapid increase in the amount of people qualifying for that exemption year over year.
Thank you.
So the collection fund, too, our increases really are primarily because of our contractual CPI adjustment and growth. We're growing in our number of households. Our 2 major contracts, you know, collection, and then we have to buy carts to support our growth and for those who are subscribing for extra carts. So this is the cost for about 2,000 carts. That's what we budgeted. Those 2 contracts make up 96% of the total cost of this fund. So they're strictly a pass-through cost. All of our other costs, the cost for the tax collector to collect the assessment, our cost, our personnel cost, our administrative cost, indirect costs are all made up out of that other 4% in this fund. So it's almost entirely a pass-through. And again, we have the numbers for the same, what the savings would be on the exemptions for veterans and hardship. And then an option, there is no option to reduce garbage collection less than once a week, not that I would recommend it, but a service level option would be to reduce yard trash collection. The amount of savings is a best estimate in talking to peers and talking to our contractor without actually doing a pro forma, but it would save maybe about in the range of 20%, 20 to 25%. And that number represents a 20% savings to go to every other week yard collect without changing the per collection volume limit. If we double the volume limit on every other week basis, there's not going to be any savings. So, and with that, I'll.
Wait, what did you say? Sorry. What was that? What was the last thing you just said?
So the projection for that every other week yard trash is keeping the 3 cubic yard limit per collection. So we have 3 cubic yards per week. That is for 3 cubic yards every other week, not 6 cubic yards every other week.
Okay. Good. Anybody questions?
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Milton.
If I could make a suggestion to the chair, due to the time and knowing that we're trying to get to some decisions by 1 o'clock, you may just want to do truly by exemption, like if you've all looked at the book, do you have any questions about Public Works? If not, I just,
Go into service adjustment.
because I think to leave time for service adjustments and that discussion, I would think that, you know, most of the rest of the funds, most of the rest of them do not directly affect the general fund, they indirectly affect the general fund. So that may be a method for you to get through.
Are y'all okay with that?
Yes.
Good, okay.
So I guess Public Works is next. Does anybody have any questions on what Eric has, or to the chair, ma'am?
Madam
I
Chair,
think.
the fuel distribution, is that distribution for all county vehicles, fire rescue, sheriff,
Yes, sir.
supervisor of election?
Yes, sir. And 7 additional other entities.
Is there a fee attached to per gallon? I mean, they pay for their own fuel, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a fee attached for administration of that service?
Not that I'm aware of.
I think we ought to look at that.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Manager, a fee, how would that work? The fee for who?
Like a gas tax, 2
For-
cents to bill, to contract with Gate Petroleum. We do all that work for all the constitutionals.
So I will say, for the constitutionals, it's really, it's a wash, because you're funding the constitutionals. We do charge a 10%, like to JTA. To JTA, you charge 10% management fee.
I think this would be an enticement to conserve, I think.
Okay, we'll look at it.
It's a cost we bear, and there's no harm, no foul to the other.
He's saying we're paying it anyway.
You're gonna create an
I
administrative burden.
understand it, but if it costs more in my budget, even though you're funding it, I'm gonna have to ask for more money.
Put it on the list, we'll look into
Put
it.
it on the list.
Anyone else?
And I got a problem with idling policy in the county. I don't think we have one. So this may inspire others to come up with an idling policy.
Yeah, so I'm good.
Stretching?
Yeah.
The next one, ma'am, would be the building department.
Yep. Thank you, Eric. Any questions on building department?
Engineering?
Your next one would be, yep.
And your beautiful building.
Any questions for engineering?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a question. So, in my brief, we were talking about allocations, and when you look at engineering, find it here. We went, Troy, which category is it under?
Hold on. It's in the it's in the 4th blue box, bottom line. I think
Transportation.
Yeah, I think your question was, they went from 5.5 FTEs to 14.5 to now 20, was
Yeah.
what you had asked.
Yeah, so we went from, from 2011 all the way till 2019, we had 5.5, then we went to 14, and now we're at 20. I guess I do understand, they, in the brief, they were saying that we were doing a lot more paving than we have ever been, which is good, but where's the 5.5 to 20?
I'll do my best to explain it, and maybe the county manager and other folks have been here a little longer than me. Because in 2011, I was trying to meet payrolls. It wasn't good. But when I got here, we had one county engineer that was also over the Public Works Department. I think a lot of these, and a lot of my employees, Earl Boyd, Mike Todd, a number of current engineering employees came from the Public Works Department. I think it was a way of separating tasks that Public Works used to do into the engineering department.
Okay.
would be my best explanation of it.
And so,
Since 21, we have not increased many employees,
so
if any.
the two things when we looked at it before was the transition of signs and signals and striping from Public Works over
Yes.
to engineering was part of it. And then the increase recently was because you're doing more subdivision inspections. It's really.
And the
tied to-
right-of-way.
And the right-of-way
Yeah,
inspections.
the right-of-way stuff came over.
Which if you remember from your brief, sir, that was one of the areas of adjustments that we had suggested you could possibly make would be to implement right-of-way inspections to help offset that increased cost to staffing.
Right. Where's the Public Works line?
If you go, it's streets and drainage, so it's about 4 to 5 above. So you'll see that kind of same, not 100%, but they went from 93 down to 88.
Correct.
So there was a, yeah.
Correct. That makes sense.
Yeah.
It's there. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I got a question, guardrail, cost recovery. How do we, what do we get cost recovery? Where do we stand cost recovery? Accident, takes out a guardrail, leaves
Yeah,
us.
that's the risk management issue. The guardrail fund is there just for, so we can fix it now, instead of waiting on POs and selections.
Yes, Brian DeMaio, risk manager. It depends on if we know who damaged the guardrail. If they are ticketed, if they're cited with a police report, then I can pursue their insurance carrier or the driver, depending on the incident. But if it's a hit and run, we're not going to get any money back.
Give me some data. Do you have any data last year, this year, 2
We
years
haven't
ago?
recovered anything this fiscal year for guardrails. We did a couple years ago. We recovered $6,000 or $8,000, but it's been a while since we've had anybody, get tagged for their hit and run. So.
And then also just explain how usually when we find the person and we enter into it, we're usually having to prorate because there's only so much coverage.
Yeah,
And we're having to deal with the other vehicle or this vehicle, and it's all prorated.
Yeah, that's a common thing. They have low property damage limits, and then there's typically, $10,000, and then typically there's at least one other vehicle involved. So we're gonna have to share that $10,000 property damage limit with whatever we can get for a prorated amount for the guardrail. And again, it's been at least a couple of years since we've gotten any money back.
This probably goes back to Richard, project 515, guardrail replacement. Why would we have to replace guardrails? I mean, they're steel, they basically galvanized steel, they don't rust usually.
Oh, it definitely has pieces that rust. And it also doesn't meet current standards. If it's damaged, it'll come back to current standards, but the guardrail replacement, I don't know if we've ever used that, but we will if we have to. That's more, Eric, is that?
We
I'll
have
to
used
defer to
guardrail
Eric Pope.
replacement because we've used it when we've gotten into accidents
Yeah.
that we can't recover. That's really what that was set up for, is because the county wasn't replacing guardrails, which puts you at a liability.
Well, we have Acme, $50,000, then we have guardrail replacement, $100,000.
And these are all, we're not out there looking for guardrails to replace. One morning we come in, someone was able to hit both guardrails on the old 220 bridge and leave. And we didn't want to close that artery, obviously, so we were able to be out there, and by 10 o'clock, we had the bridge reopened and guardrails replaced. That's the guardrail replacement I'm aware of. We're not going out looking at worn-out guardrails.
Go ahead, Troy.
The difference is, this is the contract that we have. We actually have somebody under contract if we need them, so it's a listed contract. That's how much you've budgeted in case you need to use that contract. So it's not two different things. One's the contract that we're holding, and the other one is the actual budget line item.
Well, then I don't understand why Acme has 50,000.
Because that's all we put them under contract for,
Okay,
up to
let's move
50,000.
on.
They may not get any.
Down in the weeds.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
They may not get any.
Yeah, I know.
We don't have any accidents, so,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Richard. Planning and zoning?
Did you have any questions?
Any questions? The 5,800 for the CACs, I'm not sure about that one. Combining and have one CAC.
Just to give you
One.
some information on the CACs, so year to date, we've had 16 of them meet, and we anticipate 4 more. So with the grand total of the dollar figure that you've got here, that's $116,000. 12 of those 10 of those CACs that met, of the 16 that met, were for one single item. So they were convened at this cost for one single item. So that's 62% of all the meetings, just for one item. So we thought that might be an opportunity for
Yeah.
some savings.
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
quick question. Does that change if we make the meetings virtual?
When you say virtual, what do you mean?
Like they can't do, or is it because it has to be public? That's kind of crazy to me. In 2026, you can't run a live public virtual meeting. I don't know if there's other counties that do that, but I mean, I've during COVID, people sure have made it happen, you know?
Yeah, the governor made that happen during COVID.
Yeah.
Special exception.
So-
I mean, we could look and, see, I know that's gonna be an added IT issue. You just have to, we have to make sure we can allow all the guests. I looked at it for that, the public. Yeah, I looked at it for the Public Safety Coordinating Council because that's a statutory committee and, the state said absolutely not, you have to have it in person.
So what meetings are these? Because my CAC doesn't meet here. Is this the ones that are meeting here?
This is combined, all of them. So of the 5 that are active, 3 meet here, 2 don't. Yours and Fleming Island do not meet here.
So is the cost the security? What's the cost?
Security, it's also staffing time to prepare for the meetings, it's including training of the members that are on the committees, which,
Yeah.
trying to herd up to 11 members and get them trained is challenging.
I'm with you though, Madam Chair. I mean, I think that that is a core function of government. That's the citizen's voice for the community. I mean, that's
It'll be a bad look.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, and they are involved in their community. Like,
And another person's not gonna care so much about your
an
community,
important voice.
if you're not in that community.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why we're not proposing eliminating, we're proposing combining into one, so.
But only one person from each.
You could have 2, or you could have, conceivably you could have 2 or 3. And that
I think
gets large and
I
hard
think
to
I would have
manage.
11 angry people.
Yeah, because
Or
we went
10.
through all that trying to get them full, or, yeah. Okay. Yep, That's right. We appreciate it, definitely.
Don't leave, I got a question.
All right, the Historical Preservation Board.
Hang on.
Yep.
SBDC,
Yes.
$100,000, University of North Florida. Have we ever approached Chamber to pick up this function?
I'm gonna punt that question to Sharice.
They had paid for that in the past and then they stopped.
Well, that's more in their wheelhouse than ours. So I think we ought to approach them to, maybe we're not gonna do this anymore.
What is he saying?
What do you think
Chamber
about that,
take over.
Chamber?
Okay. That's not me.
Anybody else?
Any other questions on historic board or,
We'll just think about that one. How many meetings they have?
I'm sorry?
How many meetings do they have
They're
again?
required to have 4 annually. They have 10.
Oh, okay.
And kind of like the CACs, they're very brief meetings, but they do require deputies to be here half an hour before the duration of the meeting and then after, as well as the clerk's office takes the minutes.
And how long are their meetings usually?
Maybe about an hour typically.
Okay. Thank you. Code enforcement? Any questions?
I'm making a recommendation that there ought to be a minimum charge for any initial infraction, period. Whether they resolve it in 1 minute or in some cases, 20 years.
So say it again, Jamie?
When,
I think
We do that?
as soon as you write the first document, there ought to be a charge, period. If there's a violation, there ought to be charge, period.
If there's a violation.
If there's a violation.
Because, I mean, you might just have a complaint and they still
Right,
have to look
but
at it.
If there's a violation
Yeah, they'll
that
still
we're gonna
have to-
investigate, there ought to be an initial charge just right from the get-go, which is unencumbered by a waiver, okay?
Are we allowed, I mean, is
I
that
think-
something
'cause
the
it has
state
to
would
go to
allow?
special-
I think that's heavy-handed, and I'll tell you why I think that is. Because I think that you could have a code violation and not know it.
I'm kind of with you. I think it's more, I see where you're going, and I don't disagree. With maybe like 30, whatever it is, 30 days. Now at that point, it could be a fee.
Notified and you
Yeah.
have the opportunity to fix it.
That kind of feels gotcha-ish.
Some variation of that. We have way too many code violations, which, you look at the number that are outstanding and for long term, some 20 years.
So can we just look at what would your recommendation be for that?
Well, can we also distinguish between what we already have established as policy as being automatic, any costs to the county, whether it's admin or not resources,
Staff costs.
well, it's staff costs, but it's also postage and any paper that we have to put in the mail. Like, we're already making that the bare minimum. So I'm curious, what's the distinction between that and what you're looking to accomplish?
Well, maybe just look at it. For instance, I go out and look at code violations. You don't count any of that time that I spend out there.
Right.
Or we don't, I should say. And that's.
And I would say yes and no, Commissioner, but we can definitely look to see what else we could do. If something comes to y'all, or if somebody says, I want to clean it up and I'll pay whatever we owe, that is how we do calculate staff's costs, which somebody up here has said. But I understand what you're getting as well. Maybe there's other ways we can additionally see if we can add those costs. So, okay.
Yeah, and we're requesting to increase those charges for the lien reduction application, the cases, application fees, the printing documents. So we are going to request to increase those fees this year.
Great.
All right.
And I think somebody mentioned the statute of limitations on it. It is 20 years by statute.
What's the level adjustment with liens? What is that?
So that, for liens, we're gonna request, research fees increase, and then, like I said, the lien reduction, fees, the application process, staff time, we're gonna be requesting those fee increases.
So that 50,000 goes from the increases you're talking
Yeah.
about? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. And then we're gonna also request the amnesty program come back, cause last year we had 16 properties come through, and that was over 17,000 collected. So we're gonna request that from you guys here soon. And then our foreclosures, the registration fees, we do have a contract coming up for renewal that we may see if there's a way that we could increase those fees, because we get 100 and HERA gets 100. So, and that's quite a bit of money.
So that's not even in here? That you don't have
That's
that?
the
of the
foreclosures
50.
right here.
Part of it?
Yes, level adjustment. Yeah. For the vacant property registration collected last year was over 88,000. So we need to look at those increases.
Great.
Any others?
Anybody else? All right.
All right,
Thank you so much. Tourism,
Next two are tourism.
y'all can look over those.
Can't touch
Hello,
mine.
Commissioners. I am Samantha Costers with Clay County Tourism. Oh, we're switching.
Yeah, well,
We're
yes.
good.
Any questions for tourism?
Thrasher Horn, 125,000.
Yes, sir. That's a contract that we have with the Thrasher Horn Center. Something that we've explored is changing that to a grant program where they'd have to apply for the money, and that's currently in discussion.
Right now, you just give them $125,000 a year as
Yes.
basically a contract to say, we're going to fund you.
We renew that contract every year,
Yes.
and there's some quid pro quo for that. We have use.
Yes, the county is able to rent the facilities and use them for various programs throughout the year.
We pay normal cost for a rental? No?
No, we get it for free currently.
Oh, for free, yeah. So if we get rid of that, they might not be able to, right?
Yeah, well, it used to be, when Thrasher Horn started, we were trying to get them up and running.
Yes.
So it was just a donation, basically, and I think it was 125 back then.
Yes,
So anyway, it hasn't changed,
And our upcoming TDC meeting in September, Bob Olson from the Thrasher Horn Center will be presenting an update to the council, and that's going to be a public meeting. So if you don't normally attend the TDC meeting, but you'd like to tune in online, he will be providing statistics regarding that contract.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Next one's your capital projects management team. risk management.
Sit down.
Good job, Ed.
Yeah, good job. Any questions for risk management?
Anybody? Nope.
Human resources?
Risk management,
Oh.
AED, we have 450. Have we used any?
Yes, some have been used, but unfortunately, we don't yet have a happy ending story. But yes, they have been used.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question. So on the allocations, it says risk management has 2, but then on the slide, it says personnel is 2 million.
Yes, we're a very important department, so the two of us, we need that money. No. Happily, the $2 million includes the workers' comp amount that we pay as well. That's for our workers' comp claims and our workers' comp coverage.
And in budget, that
So
is
it-
considered a personnel cost, so for budget.
So but
Under the
it's,
state
that's like
guidelines.
that's like workers' comp insurance, or is that workers' comp
Claims and
staff?
insurance coverage. yes,
Okay, got
yeah,
it.
As
And we-
claims as well, yeah.
And then before the question's asked, we do back charge workers' comp to all the eligible departments and constitutionals. That is an item we do back charge in their budgets.
Okay, all right.
I just would figure I'd answer it.
Well, yeah, I guess, so I mean, all laughing aside, it's not very transparent,
Yeah.
right? Because there's
Wouldn't that
been
be
an
operating?
increase, like it's not, we can't see what kind of claims we've had, what kind of experience we have. I'd like to know that.
I can get that for you.
We
We've
can
got-
get you, yes.
MJ and I have the breakdown by department, by agency, if the cost, in the cost allocation study, it's broken all down of exactly which agency and department's
And
using
then
it.
that begs the question, what other departments have there been inflated personnel costs because there's something else in there from the state?
No, it's just, this is where the state accounting tells you to put it.
Okay.
That's why we put the note out beside it to make sure that we highlighted it.
Well, that's
Definitely would
next
like to know what our
operating, though.
experience
No,
level
personnel.
is, and
personnel.
how it's
On
been.
mine, for some
Oh,
reason.
it just got adjusted yesterday, I think. Initially, it was under operating,
Is
but
yours next to operating?
Oh, we moved it up. Yeah,
Yeah.
we moved
Do
it
you
up.
know, do you know what the experience is? The workers' comp experience?
as far as the cost each year, or, because that, what that, that
What
one
I wanna
point,
know is what is our rate?
oh, as far as the injuries, I can get that for you. Yes, ma'am, I can get that.
You don't know it?
It's laying on my desk. Cause I got the indirect cost study laying on my desk, so we can get that.
It's important to know.
Mhm.
It's, you know, I mean, we need to be running a safe operation, and I'd like to know what the,
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you. Where are we at? Human
Human
resources?
resources?
Any questions?
I do. Cobra notices, $37,000. What is that?
We are federally required to provide notices to all new hires as well as all separations, and this is countywide, so for the sheriff, property appraiser, tax collector, all constitutional offices. So when an employee is hired across any of those constitutionals, we provide a notice that they are now entering into ACA or Affordable Care Act eligible plan. And upon separation, they would have up to 6 months to elect that plan. And then if an employee separates, that same notification is provided out with the end date to enroll. Additionally, that notice covers the management of anyone who does opt into COBRA.
It covers the management what?
The management of anyone who does opt into COBRA. So if someone were to terminate employment and elect COBRA coverage, they take the payments from that previous team member and process it directly to us. We then pay the carrier, and they handle the open enrollment for all COBRA members.
Seems like a lot of money to send out notices and manage the few Cobra, people select Cobra.
You're paying for compliancy there is what you're paying for, let's be honest.
Okay.
You're paying for the federal compliancy side.
And I think here's where I want to bring up, we pay for Medicare payments for all our employees.
That's federally required. Yes, Commissioner.
And so my question is, can we and why don't we require retirees to go on Medicare, which we've already paid for, when they turn 65? Instead of we pay, in other words, we're paying medical insurance twice for our employees.
We pay the 7.65, which is FICA, includes the Social Security and the Medicare. The employees also pay that exact same rate towards Medicare and Social Security. So we match for FICA up to a percentage. If a retiree were to not elect Medicare, and then let's say 3 years after turning 65, they're now 68, and they were to elect in, they would be faced with penalties if they were not actively employed for those past 3 years. Employees themselves don't face those penalties. So if a team member is 72 and did not elect Medicare's, the federal government waives those fees because they were employed and had an employee plan. But there are fees associated with late enrollment into Medicare.
I understand, but why don't we require a
It is
transition to Medicare at 65?
Because you can't.
Aubrey,
We're,
based on what we've been told by our brokers, as we've discussed this, we cannot force people onto Medicare.
Okay,
We are
Medicare is
not,
a federal program.
the federal government allows you to do it for the military.
Federal program requires you to do it.
However, we've been told and advised under legal counsel, outside legal counsel from our benefit brokers, that that is not legal to do at a county level. So that's why we don't do it.
I'd like to see the background of that, because the federal government requires us to transition to Medicare. We don't have the option.
like you're referencing with
So we're paying
TRICARE.
twice for medical care for our employees.
I don't know, all my patients don't have Medicare.
They don't have to have Medicare, but we cannot force you off of our insurance onto Medicare,
Right.
which is what Commissioner Renders, basically
Right, we can't
requesting.
force, right.
Is that at 65, you know, we say, sorry, you can't be on our health insurance, you must move to Medicare. And we've been told that
Service
that's not, that
we
is
pay
not,
for.
it's a service we pay for, but we've been told that's not legally. But what we can do is we'll find a Medicare expert outside of the Bailey Group to come in and explain that or give us a document on that.
Something we should look at, and if it's possible, we'd save a lot of money.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank
Are
you.
there any questions?
I think then, though, we would have to provide a Medicare supplement because Medicare itself is not free.
No,
What, Part A is, for the hospitalization is free,
right.
but Part B is not. And so we would,
I know, because the federal government made me transition to Medicare.
but then we would need to offer a plan that was the supplement plan.
That's the research we need to do. I'm not sure that's true.
See what we would have to do, yeah.
We do currently offer Medicare supplement plans, specifically prescription for those who are enrolled, our retirees who are enrolled in Medicare.
Retirees,
That's
but
correct.
not
Not
our
active
current
employees.
employees, which is what Commissioner Reniger is suggesting.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, Office Management and Budget.
Any
Any
questions for me?
questions?
A whole slide deck worth.
Purchasing,
Can I just ask one more question back on one slide? Are we still doing the wellness pavilion?
We were planning on it, but that would be out of wellness funds, not out of general fund.
I feel like we've been talking about it for years.
I agree.
We're trying to get there.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we had questions for purchasing, did we? We're good? Good job, Jessica. Grants Management? Anyone? Nope, good job. Contract Administration? All right, those,
Opt out before we get to contract administration, employee opt out.
I think that's after.
that's under contract.
It is under contract,
Other
okay?
service adjustments. So, nope. I think I've got that one. That's in my group here.
Okay,
So, if there's no other questions on departments, I can jump to the other service
Nope,
level.
you're good, thank you.
So, we just kind of put a slide together of other service level adjustments, that are not really covered in any specific department. JTA, we've talked about at length in different meetings. Aging True, while not a requirement to run senior centers, there's an option there. The health department is not a requirement of the county. You do subsidize that by $1 million. Retiree supplement, that is your supplemental to retirees is 157,000. Opt-out incentives, which are different for retirees and employees, are both listed there. And then, of course, the COLA reduction, I think we hit on at the beginning, and that is another service level adjustment opportunity that you'll have. And then, I think MJ's got a few closing things, and then we can go to trying to discuss what we want to go from here.
I had a couple of
Oh,
questions.
go ahead.
So, my first question is, on my book, it says 600,000, 616,500 on the opt-out, and on our sheet, it's 540,000.
So I think there was some questions of, do you want to do a full, if you chose to do retirees, full opt-out, or do you want to do just in retirees that are Medicaid, back to the Medicaid, Medicare age, 65 and above, and get rid of the opt-outs just if you're 65 and above? Because then they do have the option to go. The number on your sheet would be 65 and above. Not get rid of all retiree opt-outs, just retiree opt-outs above 65. Because you have retirees that are in their 50s.
So it's only 76,000 more for the rest?
For the rest, yes. For the ones between 65 and under 65 is about
That's not
70.
discrimination? Seems like it. My other question is, or my other statement I was gonna say is, for Aging True, like, how much of that are we required to do statutorily for ElderSource, through ElderSource?
According to Karen, we're not, I mean, you've done some research, we're not required to do any of it. They're,
Like, I can tell you, my two senior centers, the people love going to the senior center, but they don't necessarily love the people Aging True puts in charge of them. Gotten some complaints. They don't love the food. I can tell you the food used to be a lot better. It has gone way downhill. Like 4 days a week, they're having hot dogs, and we pay $10 a meal. So I just feel like it's a necessary service for our senior citizens. They like a place to go and socialize and play bingo and line dance and have their socialization. I just feel like there's got to be a way to do it better. I don't know if we can do it cheaper. I think we should explore the contract with Aging True. I don't feel like we get out of it what we used to get out of it.
What are we getting for 588,000? What are we getting?
They manage our 4 senior centers.
So if we get rid of them, there's nobody to manage it.
Well, we would have to, what I'm suggesting is not getting rid of it, is figuring out a different way to do it.
Yeah.
That's not Aging True. I feel like their service level has gone way down since Terry Barton left.
I think we need to address that for sure.
And their meals, the nutrition, we built that kitchen with CARES Act money, and they're providing hot dogs like 4 days a week.
Greenco?
To all of them, because they cook the meals here and then they take them to the other centers. And we pay $10 a meal for those.
Is that for real? Hot dogs, 4 days a week?
Yes.
Lordy.
and, I think if it's a direction of the commission, we've had Karen and I've had some conversations about some potential service level opportunities. There may be some ways to combine different services that we already do. So if that's a direction of the board, I think Karen and myself and the county
Yes.
manager can look through, is there some opportunity there?
Yes,
And those buildings could be used maybe in a different way on off times, in the evenings to have meetings and stuff. I don't know.
Or possibly another venue for weddings in the courtyards that you have at some of those facilities?
I'm thinking Camp Chow's more attractive than the.
I'm just saying.
I've been to a wedding at the senior center in Greenco.
Huh?
I know they have weddings there. I've been there for a wedding. What?
You were probably correct, and I think this goes to again, it's your building, it's your maintenance, but you're not getting the revenue off of that.
Oh, who gets it?
Not us.
Aging True does? Who does it?
Not us. I don't know,
Come
but
on,
not
Troy.
us. I don't
Everybody
know.
knows it? Yes, please research that, Karen. What the?
Next slide. Yep, so as we have went through all of our slides and all our departments, we can definitely see the service levels that we are providing to the county and how, some of them are important. And it's hard to look at and cut. When we get down to the $8 million gap, the lower that number gets, the harder it is for things to get cut. There's more things attached to it than just cutting. And so as we look at potential budget strategies, you're gonna see on here, stormwater, it's that potential budget strategy. It's already in this budget as far as the implementation of it, we factored it in.
And
You also,
And that is how much?
you're looking about 8 million.
No, stormwater.
Yes, $8 million.
$8 million.
So,
Yep.
I thought it was 4 million.
8 million.
It's 8 million.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
It's gonna generate $8 million, so yes, sir.
Already in there.
Yeah, no.
Yep. So looking at other potential budget strategies, there's other things that are still on the table. Utility tax, general fee increases, which some of that we've heard today. And then, of course, these service level adjustments that we're now gonna be discussing. And as we discuss them, just to bring back to currently in Clay County, we're that 25th in population, and we're sitting at the 60th in revenue generation. And so when we look at the service levels that were provided today, do they match that 60th in revenue? Right, wrong, or indifferent of where we sit, that's what's been chosen before us. If we want to continue to provide some of these services, all of these services, it's revenue that you've got to bring up. We can't behave like we're 20th or 40th in revenue. We behave like we're 60th in revenue. So just as we come into that discussion and look at these, I know as that number gets smaller to 8 million, it's harder to cut. And I do, appreciate all of your time today and look forward to what direction you give us.
So from that, I provided each of you a sheet going into this meeting of about $4.5 million of cuts that from our conversations with the county manager, other conversations offline, seem to be, these are the ones that may kind of rise to the top. So I would ask through the chair if we can start with this list, and maybe if there's consensus on any of these items, then that may get us closer to the 8 million, and then we can look at other reductions after
Are
that.
all of these already in their service adjustments? It looks like the majority
These are all listed in their service adjustments, but they're not taken into account. You remember, the service adjustments that were in this book are not taken into account to get you to close that $8 million gap.
Right.
So yes, if you said, let's just say hypothetically, you're gonna do every one of these on this piece of paper, the 8 million now becomes 3.5 million. So that's where I would suggest we start if there's consensus on any of these.
Right. Clarify for me, Troy, there are also service level adjustments or recommendations that are in the book that are not reflected in this list also.
Right, this list was the ones that we felt as staff, either staff meeting with you individually or in staff meeting offline, us as administrative, speaking with the county manager, ones that he felt, I don't want to speak for you, sir, but ones you felt you could support.
And if I may, and again, this was our best guess, right? But if you can just tell us, if you say, I cannot stand for that line, whatever, we'll line it out, right? We'll say, well, we won't pursue that. And I think, Commissioner, what you're getting at is, yeah, that's there. We are also constantly looking at reducing it. And we would also ask, it's dynamic, it's constantly changing. We'd also ask you if there's, on the other sheet that we provided you, if there's something you felt strongly on this other sheet too, please, now's the opportunity to tell us that too. So if I was to line it up, please take a look at this initial budget reduction suggestions, and then we'll move into this sheet. And I think we can kind of get through it quickly, and we briefed you in that.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Am I good? Just for me, on the initial budget reductions suggestions, I'm good with all of them except the solid waste exemption to 50%. I'd like to keep that where it's at for veterans, but all the other ones I'm good with. That's off this sheet, if we're just kind of going person by person.
So yours would be not to do the solid, not to
Not to reduce the
oh,
veterans
okay.
solid waste exemption.
Perfect, got you.
But other than that, I'm good with all the other ones.
You want to start down there, JD? Do you want to start?
Let's go with somebody else quick.
Betsy,
That's why I
Commissioner
went.
Condon, you want to start?
I agree with Commissioner Scrumlow. I can live with the rest. Does the solid waste exemption, that one is supplemented by general fund?
Yes, ma'am.
So I can support. I'm number 2.
Okay. You, Commissioner Compare?
Sure. So I wish I could give this to you simple, but there are so many, well, let me start here. I don't have a problem with the suggestions as has been proposed with the one exception, but the big question mark for me is how I reconcile in my mind some of the conversation pieces that we've already had with the revenue opportunities that we've discussed also. So off rip, at the very top, I don't know what the ambulance billing contributions would be if we were to fold that in. I'm curious about, I noticed that one of the recommendations for the building maintenance fund was to eliminate Alfland lease, but it's not on this list. So I would,
Sorry, Commissioner Compare. So we're just gonna do this, and then we're gonna go through all those, because they're all on this list that you're talking about. So we're
Okay.
just saying, are you okay with these? And then we're gonna go back over those you're talking about.
okay, so the reason, okay, so here's where I'm getting a little confused. This list is not comprehensive either. You made this list from this packet that you provided to us ahead of time.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so if you want to take it that way, I'm good with that, Madam Chair. It's just that it seems to me like we've already drawn from this list based on what's comprised here.
Detroit, is it not all encompassing?
Well, it's not all encompassing because I mean,
Right.
it's only what staff recommended. You could come up with another cut that the staff didn't think
Well,
about. So I
staff
think
recommendations are from this, in its book, are on this list,
staff's
correct?
recommendations were in that list that you have in front of you, the white and
Yes.
blue list.
So it is all encompassing.
I think to Commissioner Compare's point, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's other things that could be cut that are not in that list. I mean, if you said today, close down the admin building and don't have an admin building anymore, I'm using a very way out there hypothetical, that's not in that list. So I think to your point, I don't want to speak for you, but I think to your point, there's other things that could be proposed that aren't even on that list, and that's why it's not all encompassing.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that true? Is that what you
Yeah.
Okay.
So however way you want to handle it, I'm
Yeah,
good with it.
I think, because this right off the bat, if we can do this, eliminates 4 million, if four little, yeah.
Well, that would be,
3.7 if we get 3 votes to
3.8
save
about
veterans.
now.
No,
because-
this right here, it says total reduction
Right,
4.5, but
but you-
minus the 750.
Right, so it'd be 3.8, since
Okay,
you have
3.8, yeah,
least.
okay. So if you're okay with this, minus the veteran, are you okay with that? And then we'll go straight into the other,
Okay,
with each.
I'm good with that.
Sound good?
I'm good with the list, and contrary to the recommendation, there are some veterans that my constituents are paying for that aren't needy, okay? And so I question whether that item shouldn't be needs-based.
Which one?
The veteran 50%.
True.
So I'm good with the list.
So how can, we could make it need-based?
Troy, would you weigh in on that?
Well, you could I'm assuming through Courtney, you could do away with the veterans exemption and just make everybody go to a hardship exemption. And then if they qualified under the hardship exemption versus the veterans exemption.
Being that we're the only county in the state, is what I'm hearing.
And just as Milton said, they started property tax after this, so so now they get both.
Right.
So,
So theoretically, what you're saying is, don't give it to you just because you get the veterans exemption, make you qualify on the needs basis, and then at that point, the needs basis would be the same thing as your hardship
I'm
exemption.
gonna protect the veterans exemption, so I'm a no.
okay, so that's one.
I think it's just a difficult PR thing. There's things that I agree, I mean, that Clay County does. I don't know how you get the message out there and you get,
We're the only county in the whole
And
state.
I'm proud of that. I mean,
I am too, but we have a lot here that we've cut.
I got another
know?
list that's not, that's not on that list, so.
Okay, let's maybe just hold that off.
yeah, maybe we
Till,
just wait on that. one.
JB, okay?
And this says to reduce it, not to eliminate it,
Correct.
so.
Right.
I just, I have my own personal opinion.
I'm for that, by the way, right now. So that's two.
I think you have
Okay.
three. Because to your point, it's not an outright elimination, it's down to 50%, and we would recoup the 750. So the PR issue, it lands with me, I understand what you're getting at. So for me, I'm not eliminating, the proposal before us is not to eliminate the veterans exemption. So I think you have three.
Just to make it need-based, you're saying?
So
Hardship.
I heard different consensus. I heard 50% reduction of veterans, and you said you had consensus, and then you said hardship. I think those are two different things.
They are.
Okay,
So-
so what
They
what
are.
was?
So I'm looking at the exemption as it is, cutting it in half, because it's currently at 100%.
So you would give a 50% exemption for veterans.
Yeah, I think that's the middle of the road. I'm not sure that I would be advocating for a complete elimination. So that would be a move to hardship if we were to completely eliminate it. I don't want that.
Right, so what we proposed was a 50% exemption to the veterans exemption that exists today.
But then you have people that are in need.
But hardship's still in there. We're not talking about reducing the hardship exemption. That was not part of what we
The
proposed.
hardship is still there.
Okay, so some of the veterans apply for the hardship as well?
They could. I mean, I'm looking to Courtney. I'm
So
assuming.
if it's decreased to 50%, then they can then apply for the hardship, probably.
Right, I'm gonna defer to Milton.
Madam Chair, and I would defer to Courtney to correct me, because it'll be an amendment to the ordinance, but what I'm hearing is, so if a veteran qualified under hardship, then they would choose to apply under the hardship guidelines, because that one would still remain at 100%.
Full exemption, okay, yes.
And hardship is 150% of the Jacksonville area.
So everyone would get
Living
50% if you feel like you're in need, if you're able to do the hardship, then you would apply for the hardship.
Right, hardship
Yes.
is financially based, right? Whereas the veterans exemption is based upon, if they're 100% veteran-related disability. And the property appraiser vets that for us with the Veterans Administration.
Okay, good.
Madam Chair, if I may, one other thing just to point out, and as Milton is up here, so it's $358 is what they're exempting, correct, at 100% disability?
That's correct.
So if you went to 50%, it's $179 is what they would be responsible for. So they go from paying nothing to paying $179.
But
I just
then they
want to
can
make
apply
sure
for
that
hardship.
everybody understood that's what the numbers are.
They
that are-
could
that are there.
apply for hardship
They can still
And
apply
then
for
if,
hardship.
yeah,
if they qualify.
by the discussion, it sounds like they would go that route to get to the 100%.
Right now, a fully disabled veteran just applies for the veteran, not the hardship. There's less paperwork involved, right? It's already been vetted, that they qualify for the ad valorem taxes. So the property appraiser, qualifies that for us, whereas, hardship gets into looking at financials.
Right. Okay. So we're done with this list?
So we had three that are in favor. I'm not in favor. I don't,
Well, we're gonna vote on this later, I guess.
Well, I mean, you can't,
But we're doing
you
this
can't
list
break
right
the
now.
budget up by line item by line item. That's the problem. So I'm just making sure, I'm just not in favor of it. I just wanted to put it on the record.
So my understanding through Courtney would be, the plan, so just to make sure we're all on the same page, whatever you guys do here today, MJ is gonna go back and work the budget, because we gotta set a max millage on Tuesday. So we gotta get close enough to present you a max millage that we feel will balance the budget. From there, if this is part of the budget, an ordinance revision would have to come back, and you would have to adopt so you're gonna,
You change the ordinance.
to change the
So you
ordinance.
can vote then on
And
it.
at, and at that point, if you say, no, we're not changing the ordinance, and we'd already factored that in the budget, then we're gonna have to find that money in the budget to adjust the budget later on.
Got it.
Yes,
Okay, so for right now, though, we're back to the 4.5, correct?
that's what I understand.
Okay. All right. Y'all wanna go down the list now of each other, or
Pardon me?
How do y'all wanna do this?
I think a lot of
He has
us,
a long list.
a lot of us have lit like our own
I don't
list.
have he has a long list. I think you should start there.
Okay, start with the long lister.
I can see his
I-
list from here. It's
Listen,
long.
listen, when you're doing your homework, you see, I knew I was walking in to we had to find 4 million, so you gotta start somewhere. So for me, for personnel, so this is my question, on the initial budget reduction sheet, it said COLA reduction to 1,000 per employee. Does that negate the 3%?
Yes, sir, we would do, instead of doing the 3%, we would recommend going to $1,000 per employee.
Okay,
And if, again, that's up for discussion, if you say it's something, huh? That's what I'm saying, it's already on, that's what he was asking, if it's already on this
I'm
list.
asking that, yeah.
Yeah,
So that only saves 500,000.
in the general fund. Now, there'll be other effects, and if you can support this, we can get you that number. It'll be a little bit more than that, because once we apply that to the Transportation Trust and solid waste and everybody else, it does affect it. It's a little bit more than 500,000. I can't give you a number without running it through the entire system and checking every payroll for every.
Okay, but
department.
based off what we just talked about, every employee would get $1,000, and that gets us to that 4.5 number.
That was correct, sir.
Still needing 3.5 to get to 8.
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay. One of the things for me, looking at the parks staff, we have 4 FTEs that are just doing programming. At the current point, I feel like that programming was added, post 2020. I'd be willing to look at reducing FTEs in the programming portion of parks. Like I said, there's 4 that just do programming, so that's something that I'd be interested in looking at. Camp Chow, once we look at the legal ramifications of the deed, making Camp Chow a passive park, unless there's a guarantee that we're revenue positive, is something that could save us more than $500,000. And listen, do I want to do that? No. But that's where we're at, and I think that's going to have to happen. So JTA, because of the ridership being so low, I actually called some representatives from JTA. JTA's ridership as a organization, this is an astounding number, is 18% of their capacity. 18%. And when you look at our community with 240,000 people and the 40 or so trips that we pay $1.3 million for, I'm in favor of eliminating the program altogether, saving $1.3 million. For my people on College Drive, I do understand that there are people that visit the Wayfree Medical Clinic. I would love to partner with any non-for-profit to look at ride share cards, those types of things, to ensure those people have a way to get those services. But right now, with the budget situation, I'd be in favor of just totally eliminating the JTA program, which would give us another 1.3.
I do have 500,000 factored in on the up above, so it would be about 800,000.
800 more,
That-
okay,
that-
okay. Cool, all right. And then the last 2, I don't know everyone else's thoughts, but the IFAS thing for me, reducing our contribution to that, to me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. Doing my research on our ag folks, it's a nice to have. I don't think that there's a tremendous community impact with, once again, over $600,000 to that program. So, I haven't decided yet whether that's a full, nor I'm not sure with state statute. I know IFAS is in all 67 counties, but looking at that, there's an opportunity there. And then the last thing I'm going to say, and I'll pass it on, Madam Chair, is some of the nice to have technology pieces that we use as the county as it pertains to we talked about with the fire department, the Lexapol, the $40,000 and to write policy. There's got to be a cost benefit analysis of doing that at an annual basis versus when we have to write policy. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we're writing policy every day all year long. And that's a huge cost for the one-offs of when you have to write policy. So that's another thing I wanted to look at. And then the last thing is, I feel like, some of our communications, we had 6 allocations for communications, and, I just find some redundancies, with PIO, and I had some great talks with Troy about some of our communications staff is really compliance. So maybe if we shift that out of the compliance department where it's supposed to be. But here's the reality, folks. The reality is this county didn't have any communication staff in 2011, and the county was doing just fine. Government ran, the police showed up, the firefighters show up, citizens got information. I just think 6 communication staff's too big. It's too big for where we're at. So I would like to know everyone else's thoughts, but I know I threw a lot of shit.
Numbers of your other ones?
Which ones?
Just if you go down the list, that'd be great.
Sure. So if you were to look at parks programming, that's 4 FTEs, which I don't know what those would equate. I mean, if I had to guess, 300, 400,000.
Generally, we use $100,000 as a baseline for an FTE by the time you finish your end benefits and everything else.
So eliminating positions, eliminating.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
How many?
They're just the programming. So 4, yeah, of programming. So that would mean that the county would no longer offer, hey, come to Moccasin Slough and paint the rocks with us. Come to Ronnie Van Zant and do football training. The county wouldn't offer that. That would not come from us. The parks are still open. We can partner with private organizations. It just wouldn't come from the county offering that.
Do those people do other jobs? So how do we do that? How do you figure that out?
So to answer your question, of those 4 staff, and Justin can back me up and help me too, but they do other stuff. They're not just always out at a park or a library or somewhere doing programming. We rent out our pavilions, we rent out different facilities, Hunter Douglas Park, different things like that. So they handle reservations. As an example, they collect the rental fees, things like that. So there's other things that they do. So I would just ask that I work with the county manager, personnel on, can we not just say 4 staff? Can we look at what staffing level is needed to perform those other services?
Mike, through the chair, talk to me about how much cash is received at the facilities. How much of that could be automated, done online for reservations and booking?
If I may, 100% of it has to be by statute in January. We have to offer it 100% online. So the offer has to be there because that's the new state statute. So I want to be clear that we may not be doing it today, but we've got to get to that point to your point, because it's a new state statute.
Well, as far as our revenue, as far as what we're doing, as far as the rental side of it, pavilions and Nice Marina and our other rental facilities like Hunter Douglas and Pierce Station, the revenue that we're generating from those sites is around $77,000. That's processed through our rec division and our staff. The regional sports complex is another site. All of the reservations and the process of walking somebody through renting our facility is done by staff, as well as the maintenance and the management of our athletic association agreements, as well as the rental groups that utilize our facilities. Plantation Sports Complex, for example, we have 3 fields. At any given day, we will have 3 different user groups that rent that facility for practices and or league play. So all of that's handled through our division and staff.
So I guess what I would say to that is if we're really looking down to it, if one person could be the person that's doing all the actual coordinating, the scheduling and all that, but I think there's room. There's a lot of room to consolidate. So that's why I wanted to bring that up.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I can, go ahead, finish, Justin, and I want to.
And I did want to say the ramping up of our rec division was based on our strategic plan goals of increasing our programming by 35%.
Sure. No, and listen. I mean, and listen. I feel terrible doing this. Absolutely terrible. And through the same vein of the strategic plan, we're going to have to deviate our strategic plan, right? I mean, there's because our priorities are going to change. And wait till November. If that were to pass, it's a real. By us not increasing capacity and doing the right thing now, not the favorable thing, not that it doesn't feel good, trust me. But by doing that now, we're positioning the county to where we're safer if something were to happen. And that's a big reason, you know, of kind of where I'm at with that.
Okay, what was your other numbers? Thank you, Justin.
So the other numbers, Camp Chow, that was like 600 and,
And that was going down to only passive.
yeah. If that's, yeah, about 500,000, because you got to look at, we'd still have to maintain it, yeah. So that's probably about 500,000. The JTA full cut would be $1.3 million. He already had, so that's what, 800 more?
That's
Okay.
no JTA coming to Coley County?
Nope. Yeah. And then the IFAS is tough for me. I think there has to be an IFAS extension. I don't know if that's state statute. We have to offer that, but I just want to know. I definitely don't think it should be serviced at the level we're at. I've yet to find someone to give me a great reasoning other than it, you know, well, it helps people. That's not, we're diving deep into a budget. We all help people. We got to know how and whether that's, you know, so, there was, what was theirs,
You cut
600?
that-
It was
If you
600?
cut it in half, it's about 300,000.
Right. So for the sake of argument, let's just look at that. Let's look at that for now. And that's kind of the, that's
It's all
kind of,
yours?
yeah.
Okay.
A tech allocation, Commissioner Scarmolo, and also the communications, cost estimate. Do you have any ideas for those?
Tech allocation.
Yeah, you brought up Lexipol.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't,
That was about 38,000.
it was 37,000, but I mean, I would rather know across multiple departments, how much are we paying in software to write policy? You know, and do we have to have that? Like, if we don't have it, are no policies created? I don't think that's true, you know? Because, and you guys are starting to do the math up here, we still gotta find more to get to that.
But you're a lot closer.
We're closer, yeah.
Go ahead, Troy.
Oh, I was gonna say it's about, I think roughly it's about 2 million.
That's what I have,
Yeah, I
so
was gonna say, just doing back of the envelope math here.
1.5 left.
Not that we agree with that.
No, that's true,
So-
but I think that's, you know, you guys, you know, as a group, give us direction on both expenses you think we can cut and revenues that we can generate, and then we'll go back and plug them into the budget.
All right,
And I
Commissioner
think-
Compare?
County Manager had something, ma'am. Sorry.
Madam Chair,
Oh.
real quick on the staffing and FTEs. I would be amiss if I didn't point out and that people understand where we are on a per capita manning level throughout the entire county. The total number of FTEs non-related to public safety back in 2008, 2009 were 504. In the proposed budget that we have here that we're working on the next fiscal year, the number is 476.6. Yes, that number is less than what it was in 2008. That means that the per capita number is 1.983. At that time, in 2008, 2009, it was 2.795. I hear the board loud and clear. We will go and take a look at manning some more and reduce more positions. What I'd like to have is the latitude not to give somebody a pink slip and to not fill a current empty billet. And then I will also reorganize both, I heard you loud and clear on programming. If it's the desire of the board to remove programming completely from parks, I will do that, and we will update the strategic plan. And then with regards to communication, I will adjust the manning with inside communication to ensure that ADA and, the manning of the booth back here, the media center, those two positions fall under communications, and I will reallocate those positions to the appropriate department. They took that on, as they formed. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I'd like to adjust the manning with current open positions that I can. So that would mean I would direct Aubrey to stop hiring, probably, I would guess, 6 people, right? Approximately that way.
So, sorry, that was my understanding, was that was already done. So that wasn't already, like, we haven't done that yet?
No, there's positions where, I mean, we haven't completely stopped hiring people.
Right.
We froze positions that we're able to reallocate the job descriptions and their duties
Because
throughout.
I obviously would rather do that.
Okay,
But I
all
didn't
right.
know that was an option.
Yeah,
Yep.
but is the money there? I mean,
Yeah,
is the
those
mon-
monies are in the budget, yes, ma'am. Yeah. Is Aubrey? Where's Aubrey? Aubrey, come on up here and tell us how many you're hiring
But I
for
think
right now.
I think it depends,
Yeah.
right? Right. So I mean, I'm
That's
not
the question.
advocating for anybody to lose their job.
Yep.
I just want to go on the record for that. However, if it's a grader operator, I don't want you to not fill it. Like there's certain things
Well,
that you know. So that's not the same as us. So it's not as cut and dry as
I would agree with
just.
that.
Okay, well,
But I do trust your judgment. I just.
so I feel like we should know which monies, which positions are in our budget already that have not been filled, that we are still needing money for. I mean,
So I would be remiss and, if I didn't say this and if it comes out wrong, I apologize. Remember, the objective is to set a fund level budget. And I get the positions and asking to look at positions and move the positions around. The objective is to look at it at a fund level and say, can we balance the general fund or not? And if then that fund is 80 FTEs, how you guys distribute or how the county manager distributes those 80 FTEs, you're setting a personnel budget overall. So, and I do agree, you know, if there's positions that you don't feel a department's top heavy or bottom heavy, I think that's a conversation you each can have with the county manager. But I just want to make sure that we all understand that from a budget perspective and what your obligation is to set a fund level budget, not an individual department level budget.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah,
and we can
yeah.
do that. I mean, we can say, hey, if the personnel budget's 10 million, if we get
Yeah.
3 votes, we're gonna say it's 8 million, you guys figure it out.
Right, well, and I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that if you're saying cut 5, got it.
Right.
But I think that's I think there's a balance there of how much of that you do in this room versus how much of that you do
Madam Chair.
independently. Because like you're saying, keep a grader operator, that's a
I only
discussion.
use that as an example.
It's a great example because it doesn't affect the general fund.
go ahead.
I like my grader operators.
All right,
Important aspect of this interchange here, and that's, we've heard from one commissioner.
yes.
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
So I think it's important that we all get a chance to explain what our priorities are, give it to staff, and they'll mishmash it and come up with $8 million of
Thank you, Aubrey.
savings.
Okay, so let's
Hopefully.
go ahead and do that, please. Commissioner Camara was going next.
Sure. To that end, Commissioner Reniger, these are the topics that caught my attention. The ambulance billing contributions. I agree with building maintenance, for something for us to come back and discuss for the elimination of the Alfland lease. I also want us to take another look at all of the Centas rentals, specifically the uniforms. My understanding is that's $12,000 to $13,000 per department.
Do you have the amounts for the other ones you just said?
Yes,
And-
so the ambulance billing contributions was a question mark. We didn't have that. But for the Afland lease, it was $214,000.
Excuse me, just real quick, that one's already factored in. That was the very first item on my
That's
list, is
the
purchase the SOE
supervisor
property. I
elections.
just used a different term, I apologize.
Which
It's-
supervisor
It's the purchase, the supervisor elections property is that Afland lease.
I see.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's confusing, Troy.
Sorry about that.
Okay, all right, great, we're on the same page. So, going back to Centas, yes, the rentals 12 to 13 per department.
And I wouldn't say per department in the whole county. So we did go and look at all uniform budget, but there's only particular departments that go in and actually do the rental and cleaning. And that's, you know, public works, grounds maintenance, building maintenance.
It's probably around $80,000 to $100,000 though.
There you go.
Okay.
And this would be instead them cleaning their own. But they still have to have it.
I
So
think
we would-
we'll look at options again for the county manager to consider of whether it's, we buy T-shirts, we tell them, sorry, you are on your own, or something in between.
Grounds maintenance also had a proposal that was roughly $139,000 to $140,000. I also, Commissioner Scarmelo, looked at the extension agent. That was something that jumped out at me also, so I'm curious. The VSO conference, the proposal there was $2,300. MIS had a proposal for $12,000 that I agree with. I had a question for Eric Pope. Public Works, the pond mowing, the recommendation was from 9 times a year to 5. I was wondering if it could be a once a quarter thing, just something for us to consider, and what the impact of that would be if we were to go instead of 5 to 4.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So we only mowed 9 months out of the year, so that it was just reducing it by half as what we were
9
looking
months
at.
out of the year, okay. All right, something to look at. Thank you, that's clear.
Is there a price on that one?
No. Engineering, I had the question about the right-of-way services. It sounded to me like that was a revenue opportunity, not necessarily a cut. Is that what you're saying? Okay, good. Curious. I also agree with us looking into moving SBDC to the chamber and that generating $100,000 in savings. Tourism recommended an event reimbursement as a line item for $45,000. That looked good to me. There was some ambiguity as to what risk management was actually trying to bring forward. That would, so their proposed saving is between $25,000 to $120,000. So I'm not too sure where we land on that.
Are you looking at the service level adjustment opportunities? or-
Yes.
Okay, that would be to be determined based on, how many fewer, AEDs we install and Narcan kits throughout the county, and then as well as to be determined for the HR budget, versus about training, that our department might be able to do for various departments, for Public Works and other various departments.
Okay, so just a breakdown of what that looks like, because right now it's a figure, it's a range, and I don't know how those dollars and cents are allocated.
Right, yeah, that, and then I don't have a number either. That, like I said, that would be helpful to the HR department as far as budgeting for their cost for training other departments that we can do, but I don't have a dollar figure for you.
Okay, so here's the problem I have with that. It's recommended to us to make a decision about it, but I don't have the particulars to determine whether this is a good idea. And you're telling me you can't give me an answer.
Because I don't know, I'm not as familiar with the HR budget as the HR folks would be, or Troy, or.
Okay, so maybe somebody can clarify why it ended up in your call center. Like,
Just something we can help out with from our department, so that's something our department can take on.
So I'll help expand this a little bit. The safety coordinator for the county falls under risk management. If the board's direction was, hey, explore using our safety coordinator to do more in-house trainings versus Public Works, engineering, whomever outsourcing that training, there could be a cost savings. Until we get kind of direction from the board of, is that something you want us to pursue? Every one of these were options that we could pursue, but every one of them probably take research of us figuring out if it makes sense.
Let me help you with that.
Yeah.
23-year-old Betsy Sistrunk worked for 1,600 employee battery plant manufacturer in Alachua, Florida, union shop, very dangerous, and I was it for the whole company. Like, safety training, OSHA has made it so much easier today than it was back in my day. I had to make my own, and there wasn't PowerPoint, and I had to make my own presentations. That involved a flip chart, but anyway, you know the deal. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of things that the county does because it's convenient. That doesn't mean it's the best use of taxpayer dollars. And so I would agree on those things, that that's a nice to have, not a have to have. We have to do the training. We have to do safety
Better than
training.
getting rid of people,
It is,
so.
100%.
So based on this, what we'll do is we'll go back, we'll pull all the trainings together. It sounds like there's consensus for us to look at that. We'll go back, we'll pull the trainings together and figure out how much we can save, and, Charles gets more work, which is good.
Charles will be happy, so.
Charles will be happy. And so I think I'd be remiss if not to say, we don't have to get to an exact, $8 million today. We need to get close as we can. MJ's about to throw something at me, it's fine. I think what we need to know today is what revenue opportunities do we have? What will the board support on cutting expenses? We've heard from two, like to hear from the rest of you also. Because that's what we gotta do to set max millage. We gotta give you confidence on Tuesday. We have to have confidence to present you a number on Tuesday to say, yes, we feel this budget can be supported with this millage rate or not. That's,
Troy, I have to push back on
Okay.
that. I don't think that that's what's happening here. I don't think that we are trying to come to an exact $8 million figure for you. I think what was set out at the beginning of this meeting was, we're looking for board direction on where to make those cuts. And we are meeting that ask right now. And then for you to say, hey, I don't need a dollar figure, I just need a macro approach, I think it's undermining what we are actually trying to do to, in a very subtle way, rebuke us for getting into the weeds. I think that that's exactly what we're supposed to be doing right now.
I did not mean it that way, ma'am. What I meant was, we seem to be trying to run a tally to get to exactly 8 million. Maybe not yourself, but, I mean, we've been asked several times in the last 30 minutes,
Trying to-
where we're at, are we at 8 million, are we at 8? I don't want the focus to be, we get to 8 million, I think I'm saying the same thing. I don't want the focus to be, we get to 8 million and we stop having the conversation. I guess is my point, is
Okay.
if we
Well,
get,
maybe I just didn't hear everyone say repeatedly up here that we were getting to 8 million today. I missed that.
yes, ma'am, and
Okay.
that was my point, is, you know, I've been asked several times, what are we at now, what are we at now? And I don't want that to be,
Okay.
one way or the other, we get to 8 and we stop, or we stay here for another 3 hours just to get to 8.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
All right. Was that all of yours? Yeah. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, just realize that we're gonna come up with a lot of recommendations, but not all of them are gonna get into the budget. We're not gonna be totally happy. I personally don't wanna, I don't wanna deal with pink slips, okay? I don't think that we're at that. Those are drastic measures, and I don't think we're there. So, I'm gonna go with what was recommended from the different departments, so if you'd like, I'm gonna go down and say which ones I can accept and which ones I don't want to accept. But I may have to accept in the major budget when the budget actually gets presented to us. I'm looking for a contract with, going right down the list, ambulance billing, I'm all in favor of that. The 214,000, I'm gonna let that go, because I think that's something we don't have to deal with.
When you say let that go, yes. You're saying,
Pardon me?
It's already
you're saying
been.
yes.
It's
With
already
what?
in there. It's already in there, so.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay.
I know. So, mowing, I'm all good, I'm good with 139,000. You know, cutting services, associations, I don't agree with increasing the fees for different athletic associations. They're providing a valuable service to our community, and I think it will break that bond that we have with them. Turf control, I'm in favor of that. Removal of the portalets, are you kidding me? No, I don't want to reduce portalets. Parks and Recs, rec, ADA playground, I'm in favor of those reductions. On the second,
Sorry, JB. So the treatment, though, is included with the associations, right? Treatment, or is that, is
Right.
that totally separate?
well,
Separate? Okay. Never mind, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yep, got it.
second page, Camp Chow, I think we ought to look at that, but I don't want to close the pool. Libraries, I'm in favor of all the recommendations that Mary recommended. Veteran Services, what is that thing? Once a year, I'm okay with that. MIS, I'm in agreement with the recommendations from MIS. 911 wireless, we established that we have too many PSAPs, okay? We need to reduce the number of PSAPs, so I'm in favor of that. Radio tower maintenance, I'm not sure what the cost is there, but I'm in favor of that. Environmental services, I think I'm in favor of all 5 items. Universal collection, I'm in favor of all 3 recommendations. Public works, reduce mowing, 207,000, I'm in favor of that. Stormwater pond treatment, I'm in favor of a single time a year. Reduced pond mowing, I'm in favor of that. Right-of-way inspection services, I'm not in favor of those. Planning and zoning, I wrote yes on 1 and no on 2. Code enforcement, I'm in favor of anything that'll increase our revenue in code enforcement. Tourism, I'm not in favor of reducing there was a I'm not sure, what is crowd drift services? I'm not sure what that is. Anybody know? I'm gonna, not-
Software.
It's a software product for doing website scraping.
okay, I'm not in favor of that. No on, tourism, 4 and 6 cent, reducing the, grants. Risk management, I'm not in favor of that, reducing the ADs, they're lifesavers, so. Grant management, you know, that should be a wash. I don't know whether it is. I think it's still a good service that we can provide as long as we're getting value added. They're getting value added for the costs that they're charged. No on the funding agreement with JTA, I'm not in favor of that. Central service for elderly, I'm not in favor of that, just doing away with it. Jacksonville Medical Examiner. Okay, that shouldn't be on there? That's good, because I said there's no way we can get rid of that.
Got carried away.
Availability of community health care, I'm not exactly sure what that is, what services Heather provides, but I think it's important, it's an important aspect of our requirement to the county. Retiree supplement, I'm not really in favor of that. That's kind of a promise that we gave the retirees, and so we ought to, but it's something we ought to look at in future employees. And we ought to look at, I want to look at the whole healthcare, active and retired, Medicare, no Medicare. We need to look at that whole thing. And lastly, COLA reduction. I'm going to tell you that I'm in favor of something less than 3, 2.5, or what did we discuss, $1,000 bonus? I'm in favor of both those. That's my input.
Can we just get some clarification?
And
on-
also, the Cintas uniform, we need to get out of, I'm going to clean your uniform for you, you know, people can wash their own. Chamber, yeah, it's easy to say, we'll transfer that to the chamber. You have to have a willing participant on the other side.
So can we just get some clarification on the JTA? Because I thought, are you supporting not having JTA, or you're supporting keeping JTA, or
I don't know. I mean, it's such low ridership. However, the people that do ride, I mean, that's a ride of last resort. Not unless we come up, if not JTA, then what?
Just
Uber?
Yeah.
We have an Uber account? I
We do
don't know.
have other options. There's other options.
There's other options? Okay, do away with it.
And the COLA reduction is, we had already put in this. Okay. Is that all the clarification you needed? Okay. Commissioner?
So I don't know that I have really much to add. I'm not in favor of any additional requirements on our associations, especially the ones that are just all volunteer run and struggle to get sponsorships, which tend to be in my district. The turf quality, our grass, I just don't, I'm not in favor of that. Definitely not the porta potties. But the rest of that first page, I guess I can live with. On the second page, I can live with everything except the ECCs. I just can't support that. And then the veterans, we talked about that. I'm not in favor of that. The mowing frequency on the right-of-ways, that will impact all of your districts far more than mine. That's already the schedule
that's a
for
no.
mine.
That's a
So, mine's already there, so not a big deal. But the stormwater ponds, I'm good with. All of the rest of it. The right-of-way inspections, I think that Richard has some good ideas there for at least being cost neutral, maybe. Not in favor of the combining of the CAC, but the historic preservation seems reasonable. I don't think we need to do anything on the tourism because we don't want to take away our, I don't want to take away our revenue on the tourism side. That
self-funding, so, and yeah, I don't really understand the cost structure on the Green Cove Springs grants. So if that's costing us money or taking away from us, I mean, we want to be able to support it, but I don't know if that's something that, we said we would try the model to help them get grants. If the other municipalities aren't utilizing it and only Green Cove is, then if it's costing us money, let's eliminate.
It's not costing us money. What it's costing you is capacity.
Well, that's money.
At the end of the, I mean, they're reimbursing you for your staff costs, but as we do more and more grants, you only have 3 FTEs. If you run out of capacity of those 3 FTEs, even though they're paying for part of one of those FTEs, you would have to add another employee, or you're gonna have to stop doing as many grants. So that's why it's on the list.
Well, I'm with Commissioner Reniger. I'm not in favor of cutting staff, and giving pink slips, but by golly, before we lay the first person off or before we not hire the first person, we need to not do things like that that don't benefit the citizens of the whole county. It's just my opinion. But I didn't have anything additional that anybody else hadn't said that I'd be willing to take a look at. Not saying I was in support of everybody else's, just didn't have more.
Okay, thank you. What was the fee you were talking about that, most, utility companies have to pay, but
It's the right-of-way fee that Richard's
Right-of-way fee,
shop
okay,
is.
got it.
You know, they charge for right-of-way inspections. Right now, you're paying for staff for all that with no revenue generated.
Okay, very good. All right, I'm gonna go through mine. I think all of these. I'm just gonna say what I say is no. The mowing ain't happening. As far as I can pray and, cause I get so many calls.
When you say no, you mean you don't
I do
wanna
not
cut it.
agree with taking it
With cutting
away,
it.
correct.
Okay, got
These are, everything I say no is to not take it away.
Okay.
The associations, no. Removal of porta potties, no. They will be going to the bathroom every single other place they possibly can in that, around that boat ramp, and, not be good. The Camp Chow, I don't agree with taking away the pool and the rentals, and what I would propose is, and I don't know how we would be able to know that the revenue is the venue thing, and the catering and all that. I mean, if we're looking at our strategic plan and what we said we needed to work on, and I know times are hard, but if we have a chance to use that facility more, waterfront, I don't know how we can research that, but, as opposed to totally getting rid of that.
We can make, I mean, if that's something you want us to pursue, we can make a revenue estimate of what we think it's gonna be.
Okay, and then the alcohol thing with the wedding, I mean, what, is that something you have to, we would just have to change our ordinance, or just like the fairground, correct? Okay, so, that would be something I would like to look into, instead of totally eliminating. The LinkedIn Learning was not on this list. It was another 19,200. So, did you mean for that not to be on that list?
We would have to, it can be on the list. It's, from a personnel standpoint, we use that for personnel training also internally, so it's a split use, but we can definitely look at other
But I mean,
ways.
they proposed it to, they
Well,
thought.
libraries propose it because they pay for it. Aubrey's gonna have to look at what the cost, the other side would be if we have to increase employee training. But to Commissioner Condon's point, I think there's a lot of free or reduced cost ways that we can do training.
I mean, library must
Offer
think
up
they
my
can.
services
Library must think they can do without it, is what I'm saying. They wouldn't
for
be
free.
strapped. Okay, do not agree with, shuttering any of the ECCs. Disposal fee, I don't want that to go, I don't want that to start. No, I'm sorry, what's the wording? I would not like everyone to be charged, even before the 500 pounds, yes. Okay. The tourism, I don't wanna get rid of that, I think it'll take away from them too much. The, historical preservation, I would like to do quarterly for that, you said it was a 4 minimum, so we go down from 10 to 4. And JTA, I'd like to know what the other options are. I think personally, I feel like in our county, probably a lot of people, most people have cars, so maybe that's why our ridership is lower, I'm not sure, but, I think there definitely are still people that need it quite a bit, and so, and I'm on that board, so I'd like to know what the other options are. If we can get rid of that, that would be great, if there are other options. Aging True, I wanna know how we increase their level of service, cause this is, hot dogs is not getting it, and so I don't know what we have to do about that. I mean, we can't eliminate them, but something has to be done. The, I think that was it for that. I think I had a couple other things on here. Oh, the filing a complaint with code enforcement. I would like to look into that, if we are able to, after 30 days. I think that if they've already been, notified, and, I think there should be a, charge. And the conference, veteran service, 2,300, I'm for that. I think the yard waste, I just think would be I think every other week would be pushing it for that. And I already said inspection services, so. Okay. I think that's it for me. I don't think we have any way of knowing how much possibly, oh, and the risk management, I guess you're gonna get back with it on the price. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Are we close?
I think the direction.
I saw your wheels in your head were turning.
I think what we have to do now is go back to the budget office. I'll defer to MJ, and we've got to present you a idea of whether we can meet max millage or not for Tuesday. MJ?
You were calculating any?
Well, I'm putting together what the consensus is to then calculate, because each one of you had different
Different, yeah.
consensus on the different items. So to be able to take the consensus and add it up, I'm still in that adding up phase, but I would say we're close with the consensus I have there.
I'm good. I mean, we'll have another round of discussions in August to get to the, tentative budget and final budget, so.
We're not gonna have a conversation until then?
Well, no, I mean, you're gonna have the max millage conversation Tuesday because you have to set max millage.
Right.
But in August, we'll have, we'll be presenting you stuff throughout August to get to a tentative budget for September.
Madam Chair, I would just request that, as you're going through this, I personally would like staff to be as transparent as possible, because some of our comments were very vague, like, I don't really like that, but I don't want staff to take that as consensus if it's not. So, or there's not 3 that support that. So when you bring it back to us, I'd like to see the proposal of, here's everything that the, county commission had said they're willing to cut. That way we know what we're voting on straight up. Yeah.
And then we can go down the list. at that point.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct.
And preferably not the last meeting in August before we then have to vote on it in September. Like, it just,
Yeah.
sometimes
if we
it
have to
feels
have
like
another
it gets
workshop,
compressed.
I think we should have another workshop, a small one. I just,
Yeah.
this is a lot. And I mean, I feel like we had to be rushed. I mean, I have to get to work, but, we were rushed, and so, just like you said, I mean, I think we need to know that we are
What you're
good
voting
with
on.
everything.
Mhm.
Yes.
And what you're voting on, because some of
So can
these have
we-
some effect.
Look at our calendar for that last week.
Yes, ma'am. We'll,
Know what you're voting on.
Yeah.
we'll get with Teresa and add on, I'd just say then 2 hours just to make sure we can block off a good amount. And I think at that time, and if, I think what we can do, and MJ's gonna, throw something at me, I imagine, probably like on Monday, we'll engage with you individually about where we stand on it. So you're, it's not like on Tuesday, you're like, well, wait a minute, I didn't really agree to that thing, or something like that. I think we'll reach out to you individually from OMB, so it'll be MJ, Troy, and I'll reach out and let you know where we stand on it. And we'll also let you know the number, right, like of where we were at. I did want to get one consensus, because, and I'm going back to the personnel side of it, and that I heard 2 say no pink slips, and I got that, but I think I was given direction to kind of make some modifications. But I want to make sure, because I look at Justin over there, and I'm sure he has some questions. Is there consensus, this is my question to the board, to remove programmings from Park the way it is? Or do you want to reduce it, or do you want to keep it the same? So I know it's three-parted here, but Commissioner Scarmillo, I heard you loud and clear. I think I heard another commissioner maybe loud and clear on it, but I'm unsure on that.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair. So for me, the answer is it depends. It depends on what else is being cut, right? So for me, if you
Okay.
want to keep JTA, I'm a no. I'd rather remove I'd rather remove that and keep park program. It really depends.
All
And
right.
And that's why I made the comment of, we need to see where we're at after the dust kind of settles, and then evaluate from there. And I want to apologize to any department. I feel terrible. I'm not trying to target specific people. I'm just trying to make, the best decisions that I can. And but with that being said, it depends. It depends on where it shakes out at.
Excellent.
You know what I mean?
That-
Well, and you
Commissioner-
also thought that we had already gone down as far as,
Right. Right.
So
now
that
we
gives
know
me,
that we aren't.
Right. 'Cause
that gives
could
me
be-
clear guidance.
Yeah.
And so when I look at Justin right now, he should kind of smile a little bit. So that's where I'm at with
Yeah.
it. So,
Yeah.
and again, thank you all. I know we've gone over here a bit and we have some follow-on briefings individually here, but thank you. Unlike previous workshops that we've had where all we did was cut projects, now it's different on this one. And fully agree on the follow-on fiscal year of where we would stand on the amendment vote. We may be here in a completely different capacity on that. I just, again, want to thank the staff and everybody out there that helped us get to this point. Thank you all for giving us clear guidance. We'll get that back there. I'm very, very confident that we can get to the right number and to get us there, and to say that we would keep the millage the same as this current fiscal year as we go into Tuesday's meeting.
I've got one more thing to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Talking about Amendment 3, I mean, whoever's listening out there and media, whoever, if you've seen what we just had to do today, what we will have to do then is so much more than this. So just know that this is very, very difficult. We don't want to cut anything, but we'll have to go big. And, so, anyway, educate yourself. So, that's it. Everybody good? All right, meeting adjourned.
I could see you guys.
Why Monday? Why not Friday? I mean, that's 20 hours. Do what? Oh, I know.